So, welcome everyone, officially to the Zoom room again. Nice to see you all. So, we've had a little expression session, just kind of led us into the idea of miracles again. And today's teaching is all about miracles replacing grievances. So, let's dive into that. Have a look at the quote and today's lesson. Okay. So first. All right. So let me share my screen. So every decision I make is a choice between a grievance and a miracle. Is Deepak Chopra's take on it. She adapted from A Course in Miracles. So Deepak is a Course in Miracles student. There you are, Christine. States the fundamental choice really every person faces all the time. So we have this choice between a miracle or a correction and a grievance. Mute yourself. So it's important, you remember this is the underlying choice behind every decision you're faced with in the illusion of time and space. Because otherwise it's easy to get confused about your true purpose here and make the wrong decision by holding a grievance. So grievance is any resistance to what is. Whenever there's any kind of aversion to anything, there's a resistance. This is a grievance. So you can have a grievance not just towards a person, you can have a grievance towards the weather, you can have a grievance towards a whole situation. Some people walk around in a grievance mindset all the time because they're resisting life. They're saying this shouldn't be. Whenever you say this shouldn't be the way it is, that's a grievance, isn't it? And that creates a resistance to life that makes the separate self very real, because now that resistance reaction stimulates the sense of being a separate self, having to somehow deal with all the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune and somehow find a way in all of this difficulty to be happy, to meet your interests. And of course you never will be, as long as you resist life and you say, this shouldn't be, think of the insanity of this shouldn't be the way it is. So you're arguing with so-called reality. How can you expect to be happy? It's not possible. You have to let go of that resistance. In the Buddhist teaching, they call it craving. On the one hand, it's the desire for something to be what it isn't right now, and then the aversion is, I desire for something not to be the way it is right now. And it's the same thing. It is what it is, but I don't want it to be that way. It's exactly the same really movement as it isn't what I want it to be, and I want it to be like this. So they're all forms of this external seeking for some kind of satisfaction outside of ourselves, when in fact the true satisfaction just comes from accepting the awareness that we already have, that we already are. And so when people say acceptance, they say, well, you just got to accept it. What does that really mean? It means you've let go of your craving or your aversion towards it, and you're okay as you are. It doesn't mean that you go, oh yes, I embrace the illusion and I make it real. I've actually accepted that there's something beyond that in acceptance. So that's why we don't use acceptance that much, but that's what it means. We talk about letting go. You let go, and then you find the deeper awareness, and then acceptance would be accepting that awareness back into your mind and into your reality when you've truly accepted something. irrespective of what's going on the surface level. Okay, so it's important you remember this. There's this underlying choice behind every decision that you faced. It's a choice between a miracle, between letting go and accepting the truth, or holding a grievance, either by craving or desiring something. And the craving and the aversion or the grievance will keep your mind bound to its belief in separation and time and space that are the projection of this belief. So, can't really overstate the profundity and the magnitude of the simple choice. Because every decision you make contributes to perpetuating a false reality that's laced with sin, guilt, fear, and attack, all of which are confirmed when you hold a grievance against anyone or anything, or to freeing your mind from its self-created nightmare of this time-space illusion and returning it to an awareness of true eternal reality. So those are the choices. Metaphysics of truly letting go or forgiving are literally mind-blowing, because they blow the ego's mind away, and they take some time to understand, because you cannot understand them with the ego or belief in separation that made up the illusion of time-space, as Einstein called it, to obscure this transcendent reality. And that's a truth which Einstein also stated wonderfully in this very simple quote. So someone read that for us. Significant problems we face.
The significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. Albert Einstein.
It's a phenomenal quote, really. It's such insight. It's really got nothing to do with science. He was in philosophical mode. He was actually a philosopher in the latter part of his life. To say stuff like this, we can't solve it at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. It's sort of seemingly self-evident, but what he's understanding here is that there are these levels of reality. So any problems are created at a level. The Course talks about levels and level confusion. So we get level confused when we try and solve a problem that's created by the ego at this level of the mind, form, time, space, and then we try and solve it on that level. That's level confusion, because actually the only resolution of the problem is in the transcendent. We can only solve it if we go into the higher level, which is symbolized quite nicely in this diagram. So there you've got level 2, the level of illusion. That's everything that happens on the timeline, on the red line, and then level 1 is the blue that's above it, literally above the battleground, as Yeshua calls it. And our job is to go from a level 2 awareness in the situation to a level 1. And at level 1, the problems are solved. Not directly, because we go into an awareness of, well, none of this matters. But then the Holy Spirit can come back the other way. That's why it's a two-sided arrow. And it can reinterpret what we're experiencing from this perspective. So we let go of something, we're no longer stressed about it or upset. And then we get clarity, we get some guidance as to what we should actually do in that particular situation. So this is how the Holy Spirit works. It translates the pure formless awareness of perfect love that's completely transcendent into practical thoughts, words, and actions that can really help us to reinterpret a situation and then act accordingly in our level 2 seeming reality in the dream. And that's really what this whole program is about. It's about letting go, going into level 1, and then you come back into level 2 and you flow. You find that miracle-minded state or flow state, where you've let go of your grievances, you've let go of your craving, and things just flow forward, and you guide it, and life's a lot easier in that state. And that's really what he's referring to when he's talking about a miracle. It's the correction of the false identification with whatever the situation is. That the ego is telling you from its perspective, from psychological emotional attachment, the ego is telling you, well, that's reality. That's the only way to perceive it. And the Holy Spirit says, no, there's always another way. But you have to go above the battleground into another level, as Einstein says. You can't solve the problem at the level of form and time and space at which it was created. So a linear approach to the problem won't work. You have to go above linear time into this, which is by definition not linear. This is, always there. It's eternal. So it spans. This is always accessible, whatever point in the timeline you're on, because it's always now. Actually, time is just another illusion. How do we measure time? We measure time by change. Our experience changes, circumstances change, our bodies change. That's how we measure time. So that gives us this illusion that something's actually happening in the dream, but in truth, it's always now. And this awareness is always there. So it transcends the linearity of the dream.
John, can I ask you a question?
Please.
So, as you know, quite a few of us do EAM, and I do Psych K, which is about putting positive beliefs into the subconscious or into the conscious where there were unhelpful beliefs. So it's changing the subconscious primarily, or changing beliefs that we didn't know we held. And if you change those, then you very often see changes in the apparent reality. How does all that fit with what you've just described?
Oh, perfectly. Let me share the integral model. Probably is a useful diagram to explain this. So we have a look at integral model, which we've looked at before. Ken Wilber, really saying that you've got these different in the illusion. Remember, this is a model of the dream world. But in the dream world, you seem to have these different polarities, individual and collective on the one dimension. So that's your y-axis. The x-axis is interior and exterior. And so this understanding says, well, when you make a shift on the interior, individual interior, collective interior, then that is reflected in the external world. So these are connected. Integral means all of the quadrants are connected, and that's why you've got these lines. So something happens here in your mind, and then that if you follow the line, it's like a contour line on a hill or something. You end up and you see a manifest counterpart reality that manifests in the objective exterior world as a sign of that, a symbol of the change in mind, which then will interact back, and that feeds back into the subjective I experience. Because if it's good, if it's a miracle, something beneficial's happened, you go, oh wow, that worked. So Lynn shared a miracle yesterday. You weren't on the call, but she's probably mentioned it to you. She was at a stall, and she had a dry morning. No one bought anything, and then suddenly she just did a correction internally, and in the next hour, 6 people buy pictures. Okay, so then you start to go, okay, I see there's a connection between the internal world of my experience and what's going on in my thoughts and emotions and what's happening externally. And that's really what the miracle is.
So I can see how it all links with this particular model. But then when we go back to the other diagram, and we have the oneness that is the level 1, which is outside of time and space. So the integral model is within time and space, and it's changing the subconscious mind. I mean, do you have to insert the integral model? I kind of can't get those.
Well, this is only part of the integral model. So the integral model, he talks about lines and levels as well. This is quadrants, levels, lines, and states, and types. So there are 5 things in the integral model. It's much more than just quadrants. So you can see these lines going outwards, and there's levels of awareness within this. So if you looked at superimposing the two, you'd have sort of level 2 would be the body awareness. That would be in this sort of fairly narrow, limited quadrant here. So let's say you believe you're a body, then your reality is confined to that domain. But as you get more integral and you start to see the connections, you expand into maybe the idea that, yes, I have a mind, and my mind has an impact on the external reality. So that could be something like law of attraction, and you start playing with the idea that, yes, my thoughts can create my reality. So that would be more identifying with mind rather than body. And then more expansive than that would be soul, the idea that I have an eternal mind, that there's something that is eternal in me that cannot die. So that would take you another sort of to another area. You'd now be in the outer reaches of the model. You see, soul, idea of soul, a permanent mind, and then, you know, at each level within the quadrants, you would get a corresponding experience. You'd have a subjective interior experience, and you'd also have an objective exterior experience of that, and your reality would shift accordingly. So it's levels and levels as you go up, and then eventually spirit is it transcends the model. The spirit is beyond all models. There's no, you know, collapses into oneness. So the model then ceases to have any value or use once you've fully identified with spirit. But within the dream, it's a useful map, really. It's a map of reality. It's a signpost to say, okay, well, yes, there are these developmental levels within the dream, and as I go up that scale from body to mind to soul to spirit, my reality will expand. I'll have different kinds of subjective interior and also objective exterior experiences. So this, you know, if you want to look at this would be the Holy Spirit coming in to this domain, and it's guiding you. It's pulling you up. It's almost like a helicopter, you know, pulling you up out of the very dense sort of materialistic beliefs in the body and form, and raising you up into these higher ideas that you first of all, that you're a mind, and that's a starting point. I'm a mind, not a body. But then, you know, the idea that I'm not just my ego mind. I'm not just the mind that thinks dualistic thoughts. I'm the mind of God. I'm a mind that can think transcendent thoughts, that is actually eternal, and that raises you up out of the the denser areas of this into the outer reaches, and ultimately to go beyond the model. You know, the model is just a model. It's a map of a maze, really. It's helpful if you're in the maze to have a map of the maze to find your way out the maze. So Holy Spirit, if you look at it from the maze analogy, would be hovering above. It would be like the helicopter hovering above, and it can go, okay, so I see you there. Right, so we'll guide you out, and we now have GPSs and stuff, so we get the idea. Okay, you know, there's a satellite that's tracking us that can see exactly where we are. It's got a map of the whole territory, and it says, right, so go left here, 200 meters, go left, and then go right, and that's going to get us out the maze. So in the same way, we have the guidance from the Holy Spirit that's coming in from above always, that's able to give us that very specific guidance. Go left, go right. Okay, you're a fork in the road. That's the way you want to go, not the other way, because it can see the whole picture, and it wants to get us out of the maze. It wants to lift us out of the construct of the integral model and transcend it and go into pure formless awareness and perfect love that's beyond it entirely. But it'll help us navigate our way through. These are like contour lines. So, think of if you've ever actually walked and done some hiking, you follow the contour line, it keeps you on the same level, right? So what you want to do if you want to go up is you have to jump contour lines. You have to go, up a level. So the Holy Spirit is helping us to see the connections, and then it's going to try and bump us up all the time, another level of awareness. And then we have an expanded experience still within the construct. So our objective experience changes, and we start to see things showing up in the dream that are symbolic of our awakening. When if that didn't happen, then we'd be lost forever. There'd be no way home, would there? Because we go, well, I'm changing my mind, and nothing changes externally. If the world really was objective reality, then you would change your mind, and there'd be no impact. There'd be no effect. The world would just continue as it was. But clearly, we do see that there's an effect. This is a universal experience of so many people that it's indisputably true. And so what Ken Wilber is saying is that, you know, the scientists who say, well, the world is still objective and they believe in the Newtonian paradigm have not considered all the evidence. They haven't looked at the whole of human experience and gone, well, that's just not possible, because, you know, people couldn't be having these kinds of experiences over and over and there just be this, you know, disconnected objective reality. It's not possible. So Rupert Sheldrake says, but that's bad science. You're not creating a theory that matches your observations. Because science should be what we observe and we look at it and we go, okay, objectively, yes, our current theory doesn't really match, so therefore the theory needs to change. You say they've got stuck in a paradigm where they're not changing the theory. They're just dogmatically saying, no, the theory is the theory and this is what it is. And then we'll ignore the evidence. And that's not science anymore. That's what religions do. It becomes a fixed dogmatic belief system, which, you know, he has a fair point. It's a fair comment. And that's why they banned his TED Talk, because he's actually going to the heart of the scientific materialist religion and saying, this is BS, guys. This is just another mind control system, which science was supposed to free us from. 500 years ago, we talked about the Reformation earlier. 500 years ago, there was a huge revolution in you know, human understanding, where we overcame that, you know, very limited controlling system of the church and said, actually, you know, we can think more freely. We don't have to believe these false ideas. Science was supposed to be the liberation from that, but it's become another prison, another trap for the mind, another dogma that keeps us bound. It stops us from expanding to another level. So very mind-oriented. The idea that I'm mind, and my mind can now control and manipulate reality is very much what the scientific materialist paradigm is about. But then strangely, they deny that there's any kind of eternal mind. You know, they use their mind all the time, very intellectual. You go, right, it's all about knowledge, and we can use our understanding of the world to manipulate things. But strangely, they don't acknowledge there's any kind of eternal quality to this. It's just thoughts, you know, that then are useful because you can manipulate your external reality. So the ego is still really saying that you're a body. You're not a mind. Actually, in truth, you're a body. And even though they're using their mind and often highly identified with their mind, these, you know, intellectuals, strangely they believe that, you know, the world is material and that actually everything's just objective reality. So they don't really understand then how consciousness fits into the equation. They can't really explain it. It's the model doesn't that scientific materialist model, which is really just saying the exterior reality is true and real, doesn't acknowledge the interior reality. So it's Ken Wilber says it's only got half of reality. It's the external half, and that actually, in, you know, from course terms, that's the false part. It seems to be there, but it's false. So it's a model that believes only in one-sided. It doesn't have any access to the interior domains, and then it's the false side that it's chosen, which is why the whole thought system is false and it doesn't work. And so the job is to become more integral, you know, as a stepping stone, to say, okay, well, there are these interior quadrants. I have to accept them as part of my model of reality, and work with them so that there's this flow between the interior and the exterior dimensions. And that's exactly what Yeshua's approach is. He's saying A Course in Miracles is how you interface. The miracle is the interface of these two interior and exterior realities. And that's how we learn, the interior and the exterior interface. And we go, oh, if I change my mind, I can start to see changes in objective reality. Oh, they must be connected. I see the connections. So therefore, I'm not separate from the external world. The world is actually connected to my mind. I'm actually creating my reality. I'm projecting my reality. We start to understand that experientially. And that then raises us up another level, out of the body level into certainly mind. And it opens us up to some kind of eternal soul and spirit understanding as well. So it's a developmental path that will take you out of systematically out of the dream world. You know, this doesn't, different diagrams show different aspects, but you know, whatever's happening here on the timeline would be happening within the integral model. And you go out of the timeline, out of the integral model, that would then be transcending, going beyond the limits of the ego, and you would then be up here in some kind of pure formless awareness that's transcendent. And Yeshua is trying to teach us how to do that, to go, okay, whoop, I can go out of here, I can find the peace that surpasses all understanding, and I can bring that understanding back, and I can parachute down into this level 2 again, and I can now perceive it differently from an expanded point of view, and that's just raised me up another notch. Whenever I do that, I'm elevating myself. So you could, looking at this diagram, you could say, well, the forgiveness, or the radical forgiveness or letting go that we do, is almost skipping levels. It's like, okay, well, I've just done some forgiveness and I've had a shift, and then I go boop, and I'm up another level, and I've bumped up to that level. And if you keep bumping up the levels, then eventually you transcend all levels. There's no more levels left, and you realize all the levels were illusory anyway. There were no levels. It was all just part of an idea of separation, which you've overcome. So I hope does that make some sense? It's different models and they're just different views of reality, aren't they? It's like it's a model, it's a map. It's not ultimate reality. It's just a map of the territory, which can be helpful. And what Ken Wobber was trying to do was to integrate it all. So if you want to check it out, he's got quadrants, he's got levels, he's got lines, he's got states, and he's got types. He's saying that's a kind of as accurate a model as you can get of the dream world. To understand that it can be a useful map to get you home. Again, remember, it's just a model. Some of his followers get they get obsessed with the model, and they think the model's the truth. It's not. The model is just a way out. It's another path out of all models to escape the maze entirely, to get to the non-dual truth. That's where none of it's required.
Okay, I found that very interesting. Sorry, Jackie, did you want to say something?
No, carry on.
I just found it very interesting. I hadn't seen the contour lines in that picture before. I hadn't realized that there were that many levels within the levels, because I was like trying to work out how to talk to people about when somebody's really attached to the physical reality and they're doing our type of clearing work. It appears that they want to clear their physical reality. They want to change their physical reality. When, really you're doing the internal work, aren't you? It's just a feedback system from the illusionary world. But sometimes people are very attached to changing the physical. So that's the grievance, that's the aversion. And when you get to the stage where you realize it's not true and you're not the physical body, then the illusion just becomes like lighter and lighter, doesn't it? And so when you describe the helicopter hovering above, I saw it as the helicopter was hovering above the earth, and the higher you hover, the less that physical reality means anything to you, and the less attached to it you are. And so you no longer want to try and change it, because it's just a very subtle mirror image, and it gets more subtle as the helicopter goes up. So that made a lot of sense to me, very helpful for me. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a higher perspective. And people if they want to change their physical reality, they're at a body level. Their consciousness then rooted on a body level. So they would be in the inner ring, and they're trying to solve the problems that are created by their mind on that level. And Einstein is understanding that you can't do that. Significant problems we face can't be solved at that level. So you've got an issue with the body, your body's sick, it's because your mind is sick. But if you just think you're a body and you look for some kind of quick fix, magic solution on the external level within that framework, it's very limited. So take modern allopathic medicine. It's a very limited paradigm. It's the idea that you're a body primarily. So it's sitting here in the inner ring, and it wants to keep you at the body identification level. And so they find it, alternative medicine and the idea that you're a mind and you can change your mind, you can heal your body with your mind, very threatening, because it transcends the system. You go, we don't need that system anymore, because it's trying to solve the problems that have been created by the mind on a body level. That's evidently not really going to work too well. So it works quite well with mechanical things, obviously, because it's mechanical. Okay, you've got a hip replacement, you need a new hip. Great, stick in a new hip, and they're good at that, and fine. But it's really not a good system when you look at sort of more lifestyle diseases, which are, you know, the majority of people's problems, you know, diabetes and heart disease and strokes and cancer and on it goes, all these conditions, because they're related to the mind, very much related to the condition of the mind. And so trying to fix them with mechanical means doesn't really work. So they try and take the same approach, and they say, okay, well, it's just the brain's chemistry that's the problem. So we'll manipulate the chemistry of the body and the brain with drugs, and we'll try and do it that way. You see how the paradigm is still that you're a body and your consciousness is determined by the body, by the chemistry in your brain. This is the paradigm. That's why we have this $1 trillion drug industry, because of a belief system that you're a body. And evidently that's false, you know, from an integral perspective, that's false. So that industry wouldn't even exist if it became more integral, and you say, well, you're actually a mind. So then we go, well, you know, why is it so resistant to this truth? Well, because it would collapse the entire system. That's why the system just simply would. You start realizing it, you know, it's not a valid system. It's a very limited system. At an integral level, understanding that we are mind and body, then that system would just be done away with, and you create a different system down here in the interobjective reality, a different system that reflects the idea that, you know, we are not bodies, we are eternal souls and minds, and that then creates a very different paradigm in reality. And that's why there's so much resistance in the world. These systems are entrenched in our world, seemingly, because they represent a fixed belief that's been going on for a very long time in a certain thought system that then needs to be undone. If the system's going to change, you've got to change the intersubjective meaning, so that's why allopathic medicine won't entertain spiritual healing, and they say it's all woo-woo, because it's going to collapse their system, and they know it. And if people come to you as individuals and you start talking about this, and they're resistant, because it's going to collapse their belief system. And they're going to have to expand. They're going to have to, because the ego perceives that as death, even though, you know, it's actually going towards eternal life. Okay, any other comments or questions on that?
Something coming up about thoughts were coming up for me about how when you're in a thought system, to be able to get out of that thought system is quite tricky, because as soon as you try to come out of the thought system, another thought comes along that is very similar to the last thought. And it's like creating a gap between the thought and then letting the pure formless awareness come into the gap. Because it's like the ego is always trying to get you to the next thought and the next thought and the next thought, isn't it? It's an addictive thinking. So to make that gap where pure formless awareness comes in is quite an interesting exercise, isn't it?
Well, that's the spiritual practice, isn't it? Every spiritual practice creates a gap. It creates some space for the spacious awareness to come in. And okay, well, you don't have to keep thinking about it this way. There's something else, which is why, you know, these kinds of practices like breath work, meditation are universally effective. They work because you create space and you allow this awareness to come in, and in that space you have the opportunity to perceive it differently and to think different kinds of thoughts, which is why meditation is profoundly effective as a tool, as a healing tool. And it's astonishing that they haven't incorporated it in to the mental health care system. They don't meditate. Because I spent a few years ago a number of months trying to get meditation into that system, just for the staff, never mind the patients. But they don't do it. It's been, you know, proven very effective. Lots of clinical trials. Why wouldn't you use such an effective tool? Well, the answer is because it's going to explode the whole paradigm of drugs, and the business model relies on, you know, the drugs and currently how it works. If you teach people to meditate and you really awaken them, well, they don't actually need your system anymore. They could just heal, and the whole system then is not being fed with patience and money. So it's not a healing system, it's a sickness system. It's a business model designed around sickness, designed to really keep people mentally ill. It's not designed to heal them. It's designed to manage the condition rather than heal it. It's not a healing system, I would say. So it would be a good description. Okay, so let's carry on with our little teaching, and then we'll go into the lesson just now. So significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we're at when we created them. Because this is true, Yeshua has given us a very in-depth mind training course to help us raise the level of our thinking to a higher level. That's above the battleground, time-space, as he puts it in the course. So we can start to perceive everything in this world differently and experience love, peace, and joy, because he knows that full understanding of the truth will dawn on our minds when we have this universal experience of what true reality feels like. So it's a mind training program to raise us up beyond the battleground. If we have a look at that, it's to pull us up from the low reaches of being identified with the body and go up and up and up the levels, and reach ultimately beyond all the levels into pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is beyond the whole construct. But he meets us, the genius of it is he meets us at the level of understanding we are at when we start his course, which is always in a state of not fully understanding the truth and experiencing love, peace, and joy. So he says in the introduction to the workbook, maybe someone else read that. Christine, you want to read that?
Oops. Really? The significant problems we face.
Go down a bit. Let's read that quite down. There you go. Remember only this.
Remember only this, you need not believe the ideas, you need not accept them, and you need not even welcome them. Some of them you may actively resist. None of this will matter or increase their
efficacy.
But do not allow yourself to make exceptions in applying the ideas the workbook contains. And whatever your reactions to the ideas may be, use them. Nothing more than that is required.
Which is very comforting advice. He's instructing us in an easy way to study his course. He's saying you don't have to believe these. You probably won't believe a lot of them to start with, but that's fine. Just practice them. Think the thoughts, practice the lessons, and as you do that, you'll start to believe them. Slowly but surely. Following his instructions and allow the universal experience of truth to arise automatically in your mind, because all the lessons are designed to raise you up the levels and reveal more and more truth. And so you've also got meditations and breath breaks just to make it easier. So you don't even have to read, you can just listen to the recordings and be guided through it. So removes the element of reading, and the idea is to put you into an altered state so that you have a deeper experience of these lessons. All you need to do is listen to these recordings, follow the instructions, and you must start experiencing more and more love, peace, and joy. And that experience of this transcendent love, peace, and joy is the same universal experience all the saints, mystics, gurus, masters, and avatars who ever lived have experienced and described. So don't put them on a pedestal and make their accomplishments seemingly unattainable for a mere mortal like yourself, because that's what a lot of people do. They go, oh, well, Jesus was so great. He was the Son of God. He's the only one. I could never attain that level. But, he's telling us very clearly that actually we can. To say otherwise, it's just another sneaky trick of the ego to keep you from doing what it takes to learn the truth. So they were also apparently mortal. They had to face the same issues as every human being does during their last lifetimes, they had to face and overcome the same blocks to the awareness of this truth that were presented by the egos on the belief in separation, as you do. And no doubt they had difficulty. Everyone, they weren't beyond struggling and difficulty. But that in thousands of years has all been kind of erased. It's like, oh, well, they were just kind of, Yeshua was born the Son of God, and he was just this amazing guy who never sinned. And so there's a whole story, a legend that arises. But actually, he had to learn his lessons like we all do. So you have exactly the same potential to understand and know the truth experientially as they did, which is something that Yeshua confirms explicitly in this quote from section 2 of chapter 1 of the text. So tell someone else to read it. Kim, would you like to read that quote for us?
There is nothing about me that you cannot attain. I have nothing that does not come from God. The main difference between us as yet is that I have nothing else. This leaves me in a state of true holiness, which is only a potential in you.
Yeah. So he's telling us very clearly that you can attain exactly what I attained. You can be the Christ as I was. You can be the light of the world. But at the moment, it's a potential. Unless you do the mind training that he's suggesting us do, it remains potential and not actual. So it's not your potential for holiness, which is just pure formless awareness. Holiness is pure formless awareness, an alternative language, but only your willingness to experience the truth of who you are that is different from the spiritual masters like Yeshua. Right? So how willing are you? And we all have resistance. When we start this course, we'll have a level of resistance. We're not that willing. But then as we practice, every time you practice and you do a lesson and you do a meditation, you are saying, I'm willing. And so you start breaking that resistance down. So your willingness will increase the more you do experience this pure formless awareness, this holiness coming through. And you do that by practicing the workbook lessons daily. So he's given us his practice, and he's saying, just practice, and that's how you're going to learn this. Okay, and then how understanding, yeah.
Now, when you say it's in that paragraph, it's not your potential for holiness, which is pure formless awareness, an alternative art of letting go language, but only your willingness that is different from a spiritual master. Meaning, was he always willing, or?
Well, that is when he attained full Christ consciousness, he surrendered his will. He said, not my will, but thy will. So he'd gone through a path of training his mind to completely let go of any personal desires and grievances, and just be completely guided. And he says at some point in the course, that's going to take great effort. It's going to take great effort and a lot of time, generally, because we've got to undo our separate self. So he was completely willing. He'd surrendered to God's will.
Yeah.
Not my will, but thy will. The final sort of undoing, I think, for him was the just before the crucifixion. It's recorded in the Bible when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane, waiting for the soldiers to come and get him. That he had some anxiety, he had some angst to go through, and there was a letting go of the final part of the ego, saying, protect yourself, protect your body, run away, avoid the pain. And he said, not my will, but thy will be done. And so he overcame finally the ego, surrendered fully, and because he was then in his fully enlightened state, he was able to come back. He'd attained a state where he realized he wasn't a body, but was able to resurrect, just to show people that truth, to demonstrate it. And he must have known that was the plan, but he had to go through a pretty nasty experience to get to the other side of it. So hence, the not my will, but thy will be done. So you think of that willingness. I mean, I just go, the guy was hardcore, man. It's like, so you're sitting there, he knows they're coming for him. He could have run away. There was many things he could have done. He knows, okay, he's had followers. He could have bolted for the hills, gone into Judea, hidden away, and probably would have died down. They would have gone, okay, well, as long as he doesn't come back to Jerusalem, we'll leave him. But then we never would have heard of him, and his ideas wouldn't have spread. So when you say, it was God's will that he be crucified, that wasn't as a punishment. It was necessary to get the message out. The crucifixion and resurrection was what made his teaching come into a world teaching, and really profoundly changed the world. And I think he knew that. And so hence, not my will, but thy will be done. It wasn't about him being punished and having to die for the sins of humanity at all. It was just what was needed to happen in order to get the teaching out there. And without that, if he hadn't been crucified and resurrected, it's unlikely his disciples would have done what they'd done and go and spread the message to all corners and risk their own lives in the process, because they wouldn't have had the same level of inspiration to do that.
Yeah.
All part of a plan. And he had to surrender, but he had to surrender his personal will to protect his body, to stop him from experiencing the pain of what he was going to go through. And he had to say, no, not my will, but thy will be done, because there's a bigger picture here. This is part of the plan of the at-one-ment, and so it needs to happen. And I have to go through this experience in order for that plan to happen, which is just beyond. I mean, it's courage. It's beyond courage, really, but it's just incredible dedication to the truth, of what he did. So he has the credit for me. He's like, this guy's the ultimate teacher. He's been there, he's done it, he's walked the talk, he's walked the path. I'll follow him because that's hardcore to the extreme of what he did. Imagine being faced with a choice like that, to say you've got to go through that in order for this message to get out and for people to start understanding the truth. And this would profoundly affect human history for the next 2,000 years. But you had to go through this really difficult, really awful experience. I mean, who wants to be nailed to a cross and drown in your own body fluids? It's a terrible death. But that's what he had to do. So fortunately, we don't have to do anything like that. He says you don't have to be crucified. That was my own contribution. I've done that for you. You simply have to listen now to my teaching. Just practice, be diligent and practice, and apply these teachings to whatever situation, and don't hold any grievances. If I can be the demonstration that even in a situation where people have killed him and treated him so harshly and kindly, he didn't hold a grievance. Well, then you can do it too. In much less severe temptations, you can also do it. So he's saying in this passage that practice makes perfect, and you will ultimately come to fully understand the message he's teaching in both the lessons and the text, which is that you are pure formless awareness of perfect love and nothing else. In time, if you're just willing to keep practicing. So it's a process, it's a practice. You keep journeying, and as you do that, you expand your mind, and more of this deeper awareness comes in. So that brings us to our live session, which you're in, and to our lesson, which is lesson 78. Let miracles replace all grievances, or let corrections replace all grievances. I prefer the alternative. So let's dive into that, shall we? Got a where are we? 78. Okay, so who wants to read the the main idea in the original alternative and in the first paragraph? Let's ask Elaine. How about Elaine hasn't read? Elaine, would you like to read for us?
Yeah. Perhaps, oh, the actual let miracles replace all grievances. I let corrections replace all my grievances.
Yeah. So the miracle is just the correction in your mind of holding the grievance, wanting to hold the grievance, thinking that the grievance offers you something. Correction, somebody says, no, it doesn't offer you anything. It enslaves your mind into this insane dream of guilt, fear, sin, and attack. You don't want it, so let it go. Okay, so if you read number 1 in the original, in the alternative, line by line, sentence by sentence, please.
Perhaps it is not yet quite clear to you that each decision that you make is one between a grievance and a miracle. And perhaps it's not yet quite clear to me that each decision that I make is one between a grievance and a correction.
So what I've done, you notice, is I've personalized it. So when you're saying it and you're reading it, it becomes very, personal affirmation. So you can say it out loud or say it to yourself. And it's personalized, which I think will make it more powerful.
Yeah. And 2, each grievance stands like a dark shield of hate before the miracle it would conceal. And each grievance stands like a dark shield of hate before the correction it would conceal.
It conceals. Okay.
And as you raise it up before your eyes, you will not see the miracle beyond. And as I raise it up before my eyes, I will not perceive the correction beyond. Yet all the while it waits for you in light, but you behold your grievances instead. Yet all the while it waits for me in true awareness, but I perceive my grievances instead.
Yeah, so maybe we'll just change that as I raise it up. I raise it up before my eyes, as I make it real in my perception. That's what he really means, isn't it? As I make it real. As I make it real in my perception, I will not perceive the correction beyond. So we make the grievance real and it blocks the correction that lies beyond it. But all the while it waits for me in true awareness, but I perceive my grievances instead. Okay, so beyond our grievances, there's always this true awareness, there's always the potential to see it differently, but as long as we hold the grievance, that's blocked from us. And we just see the grievance, which keeps us in the prison of our separate self. Okay, so you want to do a little summary of that, Elaine? What's your understanding of paragraph 1?
Well, any grievances is just like holding a black shield in front of you, blocking your true awareness for who you really are.
It blocks our true awareness and our true perception. And we cannot see beyond it then. The grievance is like this block. It does feel like that, doesn't it? You get stuck on a grievance. You know what it feels like. It's like you just can't penetrate through that. It's like, no, but they've done that, and I'm upset, I'm angry, and you feel the block in your own awareness. It stops you going deeper into the pure formless awareness that lies beyond it, which is where peace lies. So he calls it a block in your perception, and we must remove those blocks to the awareness of love's presence in order to experience it. And important, each decision is the decision between a grievance and a correction, which is quite profound, really. Everything I choose is between a grievance. I can go, I don't. I mean, think how many times in the day you might be tempted to go, no, I'm not happy with that. Something goes wrong. I'm not happy with that. So that's a grievance that you're holding in that moment. And that's the choice that you're making then to believe in the separate self and block your true awareness. Or a correction, you go, well, it doesn't matter, just let it go. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm not going to attach to that. I'm not going to judge it as wrong or bad. Just let it go and flow through it, flow around it, flow past it. Yeah, it's not important. And that, these decisions happen multiple times a day, because you get the opportunity to hold grievances many, many times in the day. Things happen all the time that are not, according to how your ego would want it. And then you have the choice to either let it go or to hold on to it and block your awareness. So a very important lesson, because grievances are really the ego stuck in trade, desire and grievances, expectations and grievances. And this is how most people populate their minds. It's a series of expectations and then grievances based on the expectations that are not met. And they think this is life. And it's just saying to us, it's absolutely not life. Top up, thanks. Okay, so any other questions or comments on number 1? Pretty straightforward. So let's there we go, beyond the grievances, to look upon the miracle instead. So Kim, if you can read that one.
Today we go beyond the grievances to look upon the miracle instead. Today I go beyond my grievances to perceive the correction instead.
I think corrections might be better there. Corrections instead. But look at how much more powerful it is in the first person. Today I go beyond my grievances to perceive the corrections instead. It's an affirmation. So no longer is he telling us what to do. We are choosing by saying the affirmation to do it. And that's why I think the personalization is the way to go. Okay, we will reverse the way.
We will reverse the way you see by not allowing sight to stop before it sees. I will reverse the way I see by not allowing perception to stop before it perceives truly.
I will not wait for the shield of hate. Let it go. Gently lift my eyes in silence to behold. So, there we go. You want to read number 3?
We will not wait before the shield of hate, but lay it down and gently lift our eyes in silence to behold the Son of God. I will not wait before the shield of hate, but let it go and gently lift my eyes in silence to behold the extension of perfect love.
You can say to perceive the extension of perfect love. Truly. Okay, so what's he saying there in summary, in paragraph 2?
Well, we or I, to go beyond the grievances and to reach the miracle in the Son of God, we need to drop those grievances, to perceive them truly, or to perceive the extension of perfect love truly, and have the corrections available to us. If we drop that, the grievances as a shield visually. What's
Yeah, like the shield
the
of hate.
grievances?
The grievance is a shield of hate that shields you from perfect love, pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's a defense against what the ego perceives as its destruction.
Yeah.
Bizarre, but this is how it works. Your grievance is perceived as a protection, a shield against this pure formless awareness of perfect love that's going to undo the entire thought system that produces grievances.
Or at that that grievance, if we let it go, it will undo our little self.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it means it will.
I mean, you won't have a separate identity anymore. So this is what the ego fears. You drop your expectations, you drop your grievances. Well, who would you be without your grievances? Who would you be without your grievances? That's a good question. That's actually one of the questions in the work, the Byron Katie's 4 steps. Question 3, who would you be without that thought? Interesting question. The ego doesn't want you to get there. It doesn't want you to be aware of that, because if you go there and you say, well, actually, I haven't died. I feel freer. I feel lighter. I feel calmer, more peaceful, more happier, more joyful. Well, actually, this is a good. This is good. This isn't something to be feared. It's something to be welcomed and embraced. So dropping the grievances, this brings something in that the ego is terrified of. So if you can recognize, I think the key thing behind these lessons is recognize that you use your grievances as a defense against the truth to maintain your separate self. So it's not about what's happening externally. The grievance is a defense that you use, and notice your temptation to hold grievances. You mentioned the other day, like, oh, something happened, and then you blamed, I think it was the breadcrumbs or something, and you blame me, but I hadn't done anything. So it's noticing that the temptation is to hold the grievance, and that's the default kind of thought system of the ego. Oh, someone's to blame, and then you look for that, and that's the grievance. Remember, the grievance is always blaming, projection of guilt onto someone else. So when you notice that, it's okay, just pause and go, okay, I see. Did you see it?
Yeah.
The moment the thought arises, well, that's good, because then you've spotted it, and you've got no. Now there's an awareness that's beyond that. That's able to say no, that thought's not correct. So no, I don't. I've had the thought, but I don't honor it. I don't dwell on that thought and then develop it into full-blown emotion where I'm now really angry and upset. I let it go and go, no, that's not true. And the lessons are helpful in that, because it just corrects it. By saying I let corrections replace all my grievances, that's a natural interrupt of the ego's pattern to let go of that thought. And lift my eyes in silence to perceive the extension of perfect love truly. So whenever we drop a grievance, we go into our own deeper awareness, then we can also, from that awareness, perceive that the other person has the same awareness. They're actually the same. So they didn't really do anything wrong. We're not holding them up as separate from us anymore. They, in fact, have the same awareness as we have. And so it collapses the idea that we're separate selves, collapses the whole dream. Because if they no longer have a separate self, and I no longer have a separate self, then we are one. Then there's no need to interact in these bodies and in the special relationships that the ego sponsors. We just merge into the same awareness, and we are one. Okay.
And so it can work in reverse too, in that if other people blame you, and not them. If other people blame you, you can forgive them straight away because you're aware that they're stuck in their ego.
Yeah.
And not take it personally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is just the ego's thought system, and I don't believe it. None of it's true. So they believe it's true, but it's not true. So why am I going to allow myself to be affected mentally and emotionally by what's not true?
Yeah.
That's the simple logic behind all of this. Well, if it's not true, then it's not
go.
true. It doesn't exist. It has reality. So the ego tries to make it real by getting you to feel about it. So you have now, emotions. Grievance, deep-seated grievance is deep emotion, a lot of anger and resentment. Now that makes it reality. And so we got to journey through that and bring up those emotions and then release them to be free. So you can't metaphysically ghost over it and say, oh, well, it's all an illusion, so never mind. No, you've got to go into the emotions, bring them up, and then release them. And maybe do that multiple times, because if it's deep-seated, the feelings come up, and then each time you let them go by reminding yourself of what's really going on. But actually, you're only angry as a defense against the truth. You're maintaining this because you're actually defending against the truth of your pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is your peace and your happiness and your joy, and you no longer want to do that. That's insane. Why would you sabotage your own peace and happiness and joy in that way anymore? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, so any other comments or questions on number 2? Otherwise, we'll move swiftly on to number 3. Okay, so let's ask Susie. Would you like to read number 3 for us?
He waits for you behind your grievances, and as you lay them down, he will appear in shining light where each one stood before. My true self waits for me behind my grievances, and as I let them go, it will appear in shining awareness where each one stood before. For every grievance is a block to sight, and as it lifts you, see the Son of God where he has always been. For every grievance is a block to true perception, and as it lifts, I perceive the extension of perfect love as myself. As myself as it has always been.
Yeah, maybe that needs an and there.
And as it has always been. He stands in light, but you were in the dark. It stands in true awareness, but I was in limited awareness. Each grievance made the darkness deeper, and you could not see. Each grievance made my limited awareness more limited, and I could not perceive truly.
Okay, so any thoughts on that one? What's he saying in summary? Paragraph 3.
That the true self is always there, and we block it by holding on to these grievances rather than letting them go.
Just a deep-seated habit, so we can change that. The beauty of our minds is they can learn at any age. You're never too old to do this. You can always learn and change that pattern. Grievance made my limited awareness more limited, and I could not perceive truly. And I mean, you'll know from your own experience and other people who you might know some people who are very grievance oriented. I mean, they live in a very limited reality, don't they? Very small, very narrow, contracted, not a happy reality. And each grievance makes that worse. It just reinforces the prison, the mental prison that they put themselves in. They put themselves into a prison that isn't true. But you know, if they want it to be true and they believe it, then so it is for them. So why would you imprison your mind in that way when you can have freedom? You can have a happy dream here, where there are no grievances, where everything's actually perfect in its imperfection. Things that go wrong, you realize aren't really going wrong. Nothing's ever going wrong. It's just another forgiveness opportunity. It's another opportunity to release your mind from the dream. And beyond it is the miracle. So, you know, as you accept this, everything's happening for a reason, which is the undoing of your ego, then you can flow with these things. And you go, oh, well, I can see actually, you know, the so-called negative thing that happened was actually all part of a plan. The Holy Spirit just reinterprets and says, okay, all of the, you know, difficulties and traumas were all part of your life plan of at-one-ment. And it was all necessary. And then it all has a transcendent meaning and purpose. And it becomes worthwhile, you know, well, whatever it was, you know, it was necessary. It's my hero's journey of awakening. And that has meaning and value and purpose. And so then I have meaning in my life. It gives me the only meaning there really is. Otherwise, you're looking for meaning in what's meaningless. You're looking for meaning in the ego's world. You won't find it because it is meaningless. It's only the reinterpretation of the ego's world will allow you to have a sense of meaning and purpose, higher meaning and purpose in your life. Which, as Viktor Frankl said, that's what we all want. Everyone is seeking for meaning and purpose. We are meaning-making machines. We make meaning out of everything. We give meaning to the objects we've made. We give meaning to the relationships. We give meaning to nature. Everyone has a construct of meaning that they put onto the world. But you're saying most of those are false. If it's coming from the ego, then it's a false construct and you won't be happy and you'll hold grievances because your idea of what meaning should be will continuously be violated. Well, what does that tell you? Maybe it means that your idea is incorrect. Maybe you need to change the model rather than trying to hopelessly change reality to fit your model, your expectation. You go, no, well, maybe I need to change my model. And that's, you know, seek not to change the world, but seek to change your mind about the world, which is exactly what we're doing with this mind training. And so then, you know, if you're in the grievance-free state, well, what can hurt you? Nothing can really hurt you. Whatever happens was meant to happen. No grievance.
Suffering is gone.
Yeah, there's no suffering anymore. It doesn't mean experiences don't happen. Yeshua was crucified, but did he suffer because of it? I think once he let go in the garden, I don't think he did. It was like, okay, I've let it all go. It is what it is. It's just the body. It's just physical pain. Presumably still had some sensation in his hands and so on. The nails are being driven in, but maybe not. Who knows? If you're at a high enough level, maybe he didn't even feel it. We don't know. But it would have been just at the level of perception and the body. And so, you know, the suffering in his mind would have been over. He would have been, well, actually, this is my way out. I'm going back to God. So actually, I'm in quite a joyful state, despite the, you know, condition of the body. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Any other comments or questions on number 3?
I was going to say, who is denying the true self there? Because I think it's really good when we listen, because you think who and then why, but you know who and why. It's the separate self, the belief in separate self. And that seems to be the constant battle. I seem to think I've been in this battle for years, but I'm becoming more apparent that it's the separate self. And but then you ask the question, who is denying it? So you think you can't be denying it if you can ask that question.
There's an awareness. If you can consider that there's something beyond your grievances, there's another awareness, isn't there? which is what he's training us to cultivate, that higher awareness, which is the Holy Spirit, remembrance of love, coming in and saying, okay, no, you don't have to have the grievance. You can consider that there's something else. And so these exercises, some simple little exercise, saying, okay, well, let's consider your grievances now. Who do you hold a grievance against? Just by doing that, there's an awareness of, okay, well, I'm not just my grievance. I can observe my grievance. I can see that I have this thought, emotion towards this person, but that's not really me. That's just a thought and emotion that I've had, I'm experiencing, but it's not who I really am, because there's another awareness that's able to observe it. So if I can observe it, it can't be me. That's why the ego will defend mightily against any kind of higher awareness. Any mindfulness sort of coming in, it's going to go, no, I don't want that. Because as soon as you start that process, the mind starts to realize that there's some other awareness there. And that's the beginning of the end for the ego. So people are very resistant. Will go, no, I don't want any of that mindfulness crap. No, just leave it, because the ego knows the moment they go there and they just sit quietly and they start becoming aware of thoughts and emotions, that it's going to be, that's the beginning of the end. Because now there's another awareness arising. What's that awareness? The ego just wants you to believe that that's all there is, right? Those thoughts, grievance thoughts, attack thoughts, and all of its really dysfunctional thought system, that's all there is. There's nothing else. And people who are really asleep, that's what they believe. That's it. That runs them. There's no other awareness. Although it's still there, but it's so buried, and they just ignore it. They got into that pattern of like anything else, they just squash it. We won't even listen. So they're not connecting with any kind of deeper awareness, which makes their life very very difficult. They could only realize the guidance system that's there, just be willing to let go of it. I remember once I ran a retreat, and this lady, she was a cocaine addict, so she shouldn't really been on the retreat. I mean, in hindsight, I was like, it's like, this isn't the right place for you. She wasn't ready. But we did a 20-minute, I kid you not, the evening of the first day, we just arrived. Okay, so let's just do a little intro session, do a little bit of meditation. Nothing hectic, just a bit of breathing. And it freaked her out. She was like, I can see what you're trying to do. Like, just bringing in another awareness, getting her to observe the patterns of her own thoughts and emotions. She said, I can see what you're trying to do, and it's freaking me out. Mm-hmm. And she left. The next morning she abandoned. She couldn't even handle just a basic mindfulness, just being aware, because her ego was so strong. And so then it's like, okay, run away, because this is going to undo you. So any awareness, becomes a thin edge of the wedge, which is going to crack open the ego ultimately, which is why some people struggle with this meditation. I just can't sit and be still because my mind's busy, because the ego's like, no, you don't want to be aware of that awareness, whatever. Let's just cloud it over with all kinds of ridiculous thoughts that block that awareness, keep you in the mind spinning around and not aware that there's a deeper awareness, because then we keep you enslaved into this very limited thought system. Okay. So number 4, whose turn? Christine, do you want to read number 4 first? Today we will attempt.
Today we will attempt to see God's Son.
An alternative.
Today I will attempt to perceive love's extension truly. We will not let ourselves be blind. Perfect love's extension, really. We will not let ourselves be blind to Him. We will not look upon our grievances. I will not let myself be blind to it. I will not focus on my grievances. So is the seeing of the world reversed as we look out towards truth away from here. The perception of the world is reversed in this way as I look towards truth and away from fear.
So my perception of the world is reversed in this way as I look out toward truth and away from fear. I mean, not look out as I start perceiving the truth. And looking away from fear.
My perception of the world is reversed in this way as I start perceiving the truth and looking away from fear.
Maybe we'll just say, instead of looking away, I'll say denying. Okay, we'll select one person.
We will select one person that you have used as target for your grievances and lay the grievances aside and look at him.
Okay.
I will select one person I have used as target for my grievances, let go of my grievances and truly look at him.
So look at them. And we'll say, see them. See them truly.
Mm.
And then he's giving us examples. Someone perhaps you fear, even hate.
Someone perhaps you fear and even hate. Someone you think you love, who angered you. Someone you call a friend, but whom you perceive as difficult at times or hard to please, demanding, irritating, or untrue to the ideal she should accept as hers, according to the role I set for her. Them.
Yeah, let's say they should accept as theirs. Let me get out of the gender thing. Theirs according to the role I set for them. Okay. The role I set, the role I give them, maybe. The role I give them. Where's the role I give them? So he's telling us, let's do an exercise, choose someone. And he goes on to say, you know the one to choose. we all have our challenges with some. So it's a person who pushes your buttons the most, basically, in this life at the moment. I know the one to choose. The name has crossed your mind already. They will do. They will be the one of whom
I ask.
I ask. The name has crossed my mind already. And one of whom I ask love's extension be shown to me through seeing them behind the grievances that I have held against them. And what lay hidden while I saw. Saw them not while I I did not perceive them. Is there in everyone. And I can perceive it. And they who were enemy, more than friend. And free to take the holy role. Remembrance of oneness is assigned. Take the holy role, the pure, maybe. Innocent, I like that. To take the innocent role. So the Holy Spirit really just says everyone's innocent. Let them say free, let them free you today. So this is the key point. When you drop your grievances, you free yourself. Irrespective of what happens to them and your relationship with them, which will be improved generally, that you free your own mind. Such is their role in perfect love. Your source's plan.
In my source's plan.
Yeah. Does the personalization work for everyone? I just decided the other night to go, okay, well, the translations are done mostly because we did it last year. So why not just take it to another level and do the personalization? Which means more work. Anyway, off we go. Yeah. Well, it's just iterative. It's each lesson, and then next year you got a better. So iterations. So ultimately, I have something that's, I think, could be very, very helpful for people in really understanding this course and getting the life-changing effect from it that it offers. I think there's these books out there. There's 3 million books that have been sold, but how many of them have really changed someone's life? Probably not that many, because they sit there on a shelf. Someone doesn't read them, or they dip into it and they go, I don't really get it, or they do it on a level, they do the lessons, but they don't do the text. It's done incompletely.
Return to love again and realize that it's just a small category of this whole thing. Yeah. When I read it the first time, it didn't register like it's registering now.
Yeah, because you have a deeper, that's an introduction. It's like, okay, a taster. If you want more, we'll go and, there's this huge depth of material, which ultimately you have to study the course to get. The books about it don't
Don't cover it.
Well, they're helpful. They can be a start, and they can give you an introduction, and they can, like Gary Renard's book is good. Disappearance of the Universe. There's some really key ideas in there, but it's more of a, okay, you like it. This prepares you to, let's go into the course and actually study it, and really practice it as Yeshua's recommended, because it's the detailed practice, doing the workbook in conjunction with understanding the text, that's going to undo the ego mind. So those books are helpful, provided you then take it further. Don't go, okay, well, I'm going to stop at the taster. like, stopping at foreplay and going, I'm not going to go the full way. It's like, don't do that. Go, you want to have the full experience. Dive into it. Okay, so I'm happy with that. I'm just going to look at someone who's you hold a grievance towards, and then review their faults. So let's read that, and then I'll take you into meditation. You can actually get this in a experientially in an altered state. So let's just read number 6. Someone, Susie, Elaine, Kim, either one of you. Longer practice periods will see him in this role.
I'll read. Our longer practice periods today will see him in this role. In the longer practice periods today, I will perceive her in this role.
Mm-hmm.
You will attempt to hold him in your mind first as you now consider him. I will attempt to hold her in my mind first as I now consider her.
Mm-hmm. So it's longer practice periods today. I will perceive perceive the person in this role. Attempt to hold them in my mind first as I now consider them, review their faults, difficulties I've had with them. So you see, he's not asking us to gloss over any of this. He's saying, like, okay, let's go and be aware of it. Although it's illusion, be aware of it because he's seemingly real to you. The pain that seemed to cause me the neglect and all the little and larger hurts. And all the little and larger ways, larger.
Hurts.
Hmm?
Hurts.
They seem to all the little and larger ways. They seem to hurt me. I'll regard their body, flaws and better points as well. And think of their mistakes and even of their sins. So the methodology is you go into it. Okay, so we'll go in and look at all that and experience it, and then bring in the Holy Spirit, the correction. And then let me ask of the remembrance of perfect love, which knows this extension of love in the reality. So I might perceive them a different way. See my awakener shining in the true awareness that comes from truly letting go. Awakener given to me comes from truly letting go. So you understand why this person is awakening you. Because in this moment, if you go beyond your grievance and you access your true awareness, then they're helping you to do that. They're helping you to access your own deeper awareness. Last remembrance of perfect love. So the original is we ask him in the holy name of God and of his Son, as holy as himself. Last remembrance of perfect love in the pure identity of perfect love, or its extension is perfectly aware as itself. Let me perceive my awakener in this person. The source is appointed as the one. Kim, do you want to read that?
Which one?
Read it from number 2.
Okay.
In fact, read the whole thing. Read this from the top,
Right.
78.7.
Then let me ask of the remembrance of perfect love, which knows this extension of perfect love in their reality and truth, so that I may perceive them a different way and see my awakener shining, given to me in the true awareness that comes from truly letting go. I ask the remembrance of perfect love in the pure identity of perfect love and of its extension as perfectly aware as itself. Let me perceive my awakener in this person. My source has appointed as the one for me to ask to lead me to the pure formless awareness of perfect love in which she stands, so that I may join with her.
They stand, so I may join with them. That removes that the person might be male or female. So you perceive my awakener in this person, my source is appointed as the one for me to ask to lead me. It's a bit convoluted, but it's the one for me to ask to lead me. So you're asking this person to lead you to the pure formless awareness of perfect love, which they stand, so that I may join with them there. I'm just looking at perceive my awakener. See our Savior shining in the light of true forgiveness given to us. Perceive my awakener shining in the true awareness that comes from truly letting go. Means to me. Given to me. Okay, so okay, so any thoughts on that one? What's he saying?
I'm just wondering why you separated all the lines, or some of the lines.
Separated, what do you mean?
Just
What I left spaces? Because it's a saying. So you let me behold my Savior. The idea is an affirmation you say. Let me perceive my awakener, so that it's kind of set apart, so you can hopefully see that with the spacing. But I think it's better. I think it'll be too jammed up if we do that. Doesn't really.
Okay. Yeah, true.
So my body's eyes are closed as I think of the person who grieved me. I let my mind be shown the pure formless awareness of perfect love in beyond my grievances. So you see it in them, and then you become aware of it in yourself, and that's why they were Savior or you awakened to the truth of yourself through your changed perception of them, which is what this is all about, really. It's that simple. You do it, you see another person that way, then you must accept it in yourself. And so every person who's you hold a grievance to offers you the opportunity to also correct your own mind, for you and for yourself, if you perceive it correctly.
So what is being asked to us to do is change the perception of the person that we perceive the grievance being done to us by, see them as a extension of pure formless awareness that will change the perception, so that you've changed the perception that way, but then you're also changing perception of, it's helping to change the perception so that you can recognize who you are truly. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, practically speaking, I mean, that's what this lesson is about today. So, I mean, we'll do that in the meditation, but I'm just thinking, practically speaking, if you had to, it's like making that decision to perceive them differently.
And if they've done something was hurtful, harmful, it's to let that go. So underneath that, this is the cover over their pure formless awareness. Underneath that is this deeper truth. And I want to perceive that. I choose to perceive that, even though apparently the ego is showing me something else. So you have to then let go of your own belief in the ego's thought system to do that. And you must then believe in something else that is hidden, that's in the background rather than the foreground. And you must identify with that truth in your mind in order to do that. You can't do this and not have a change in your own mindset. Inevitable. You can't perceive someone as innocent and then not be changed in your own mind. The innocence then goes with a state of mind that's peaceful. Peace, innocence, happiness, joy, all goes together. So it's so obvious, and yet, this is where the rubber meets the road. It's hard because we all have our grievances, and the ego loves them. And now you've got to say, no, that's just BS. Nothing ever happened. The person didn't do anything. The ego says, but they did. They did, and there were consequences, and on it goes. And so that's where the rubber meets the road of this thought system. Okay, we're either going to believe in the reality of what's happened here in time space, or what this person's done, or you're going to accept the truth the Holy Spirit's trying to teach us, that none of it is real, that nothing that happens here is reality. It's all false. So whatever they seem to do to you is simply not, it's not real. Therefore, it has no effect on you. And the ego says, but it did have an effect on me. I suffered pain, emotional pain, mental pain, physical pain. And the Holy Spirit says, no, the pain is illusory. You're hallucinating. There was no pain. And so it goes. Yeah, most people will. But pain, what is pain? Pain is an experience in your mind. Where's the pain being experienced? In your mind. So how real is that? Physical people say, oh, but it's a physical pain. Okay, no, but where are you experiencing it? You're perceiving it in your mind. And remarkably, a lot of the time, if you let go of that, then the pain can dissipate. You had an experience the other night, didn't you, Christine? Where you had pain and you just did a meditation and you let it go, and then the pain disappeared.
Yeah.
So what was the pain real then? How could it be real if it disappeared?
Coming back, I keep having to do that exercise.
Yeah, but it's not reality because it can come and it can go. Yeah. It's not permanent.
Ultimately, I can release it.
Yeah. So none of it, anything that can come and go is clearly not reality. So, pain, suffering, these are not reality because they come and they go. They arise and they subside. And so they can be transcended with some effort. I mean, you have to put in some effort, and you have to do it over and over again. But it is possible. And if someone denies that, what they're really saying is that I don't want to believe that. That's what they say. I choose not to believe that. I choose to believe in the reality of the body, and this is what it is, and that's real, and this, that's just how it is. So they're defining themselves then as a body, and identifying yourself as a body obviously won't awaken your mind to who you are. So it's a defense against the truth.
So we choose the pain and the suffering.
Yeah, and they'll go, well, okay, but the ego also offers me pleasure. So I'll go for the, then you're in a pleasure-pain dynamic. I seek pleasure and I try and avoid pain. But it seems like the more you seek pleasure, the more the pain also arises. I mean, just ask any addict. You get addicted to physical pleasure in whatever form, from a substance or whatever it is that gives you the pleasure. There's a lot of pain that underlies that because you've bound your mind into a construct of illusion, which is dualistic. So there's pain and there's pleasure. And it doesn't matter how you can't escape the pain by seeking the pleasure. If that was possible, we could all go, oh, great, we'll just be, cyberites and just go after the pleasure. And that's the answer to life. But it evidently isn't the answer to life, because people who do that actually experience probably more pain. Depression, because it's very temporary. Pleasure is very temporary, and then the underlying pain. Any addict will tell you that when the high is over, then you're back in the depression, and then just to feel okay, you need to have your whatever it is, just to feel kind of vaguely normal. So it's really a system, because you've enslaved yourself into that level of perception, the body. It's very limited, and you've disconnected from source, so you experience the pain of that over and over and over again. Okay, so number 8, what you have asked for cannot be denied. Who wants to read that? Elaine, maybe? Elaine's still there. What you have asked for cannot be denied. Okay, let's ask Susie then. Susie, do you want to read?
What you have asked for cannot be denied. You need to put it up. So I can see it. What I have asked for cannot be denied. Your Saviour has been waiting long for this. My Awakener has been waiting long for this. He would be free and makes his freedom yours. They would be free and make their freedom
And they want to be free.
They want to be free and make their freedom mine. So the Holy Spirit leans from him to you, seeing no separation in God's Son. The remembrance of perfect love leans from them to me, perceiving no separation in perfect love's extension. And what you see through him will free you both. And what I see through the remembrance of perfect love will free us both. Be very quiet now and look upon your shining Saviour. I am very quiet now and perceive my shining awakener. No dark grievances obscure the sight of him. No limiting grievances obscure the true perception of them. You have allowed the Holy Spirit to express through him the role God gave him that you might be saved. I have allowed the remembrance of perfect love to express through them the role pure formless awareness of perfect love gave them, so that I might be awakened.
Let's make that free, so I might be free.
So that I might be free.
Okay. So any thoughts on that one? Summary of that, what's he saying?
That what you ask for will not be denied. It won't be denied because it's always here and it's waiting for you to remember. It's a big trust thing, isn't it, really? I think trust comes in mind, to just trust what's happening. It's like you said at the beginning, doesn't matter if you don't get it or not even, you just keep following and just keep trusting. The whole process.
It feels like you're losing a part of yourself when you let go of your grievance. It's a long-standing one. You're losing a part of yourself because you've defined yourself by the grievance. So people get scared. It's like, well, who would I be without my grievance?
I think when you speak about it, and like we've said, we all seem to have that wound of unworthiness and, worthless. And what came to my mind was that I sense that the ego, the separation in myself, wants to punish anybody that does love me. And it seems weird, doesn't it? Just sitting in, seeing what comes up for you. And how the separation or the belief in separation will always find something for you to grasp hold of and say, you can't be lovable, you can't be this. And it just sends you dally, doesn't it? So this is, it's just asking what, and because we're all here, there's no way there's going to be a denial in this, even though you may sense or feel it, or you just got to trust the process and know it's a done deal, like you normally say.
Yeah, the other side of your grievances, what's revealed to you is what you want. So you should be inspired and motivated to let go of the grievances because they are key to revealing your true self. You can't know yourself and hold a grievance against someone. So is it worth it? You hold a grievance towards them, ego tells you, well, that's keeping you safe or whatever the story is, justified. But actually, your spirit says, but that's preventing you from knowing yourself. You don't know who you are then. Is it worth it? No one's worth that. To deny your own self, to hold a grievance against someone else, you're giving them way, way too much power in your life. So that's how the grievance actually holds you in prison. And that person then has the power to keep you in that prison as long as you allow them to, through the grievance that you hold towards them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So they become your jailer. Even though you might be thinking that you're superior to them and you're attacking them because they're a sinner and you're somehow innocent. Actually, they're keeping you in the prison of a separate self and preventing you from awakening to who you really are. And you're giving them that role. You're saying, you can be my jailer then. I'll allow you to do that. As long as I hold the grievance, I'm allowing you to be my jailer. Whereas if I let it go and I drop the grievance, then I'm saying I'm allowing you to be my awakener, the person who's going to set me free from the prison. So simple and yet so profound. So I invite you to choose someone. We do this exercise. Choose someone who's your biggest grievance at the moment. You can't just really struggle to let go of that grievance. It might be something very long standing, goes back many years. It might be something recent, but something that you really you struggle to let go of, and that you're holding a grievance. And a grievance, you might say, well, I don't hate them, but you just think of it and it annoys you. There's irritation that comes up, and you feel that kind of grievance arising. Well, that'll do. Anything that's not pure formless awareness or perfect love will do. Okay, so let's read the next one, number 9, and we'll go into the meditation. Let's ask Elaine around. Elaine, are you with us or not?
Yeah.
Would you like to read
Yes.
that? 9.
God thanks you for these quiet times today in which you laid your images aside and looked upon the miracle of love. The Holy Spirit showed you in their place. Pure formless awareness of perfect love thanks me for these quiet times today, which I let my image go and perceive the correction of love. The remembrance of perfect love shows me in their place. The world and heaven join in thanking you for not one thought of God, but must rejoice as you are saved, and all the world with you. And the world and the state of pure formless awareness join in thanking me for every thought of perfect love, must rejoice as I am awakened along with the whole world.
Okay. So any thoughts on that?
Well, just quieting the mind and letting go of images. Just rejoice in being awakened along with the whole world.
Very feel good sort of paragraph, that every thought of perfect love must rejoice as I'm awakened along with the whole world. So as we do this, we are contributing then to the awakening of humanity, and if we don't do it, we're contributing to its continued bondage. And then he's saying, do this throughout the whole day. So let everyone take the role assigned. Do you want to carry on, read the last one, and we'll do a meditation?
We will remember this throughout the day and take the role assigned to us as part of God's salvation's plan. We will remember this throughout the day and take the role assigned to me as part of perfect love's plan for my awakening and not my own. Temptation falls away when we allow each one we meet to save us and refuse to hide this light behind our grievances. And temptation falls away when I allow each one I meet to free me and refuse to hide their true awareness behind. We need that lifted up a bit. Behind my grievances.
So every person, this is what he talks about, the holy encounter. Every person you meet today offers you this opportunity. Quite extraordinary, really. You can perceive them correctly, particularly if you know them and there's a history. Often there's grievances. Well, and they offer you the opportunity to clear that and free yourself.
I'm getting better at that because Dave reversed my car into a wall this morning. And at first I was, yeah. So I was aggrieved because I'm always very
a forgiveness opportunity, yes.
Yeah, and I was aggrieved at first, and I was ready to, and then I thought, no, just kept going, no, yeah, and I just allowed it to go. And at the end of the day, I'm now organising someone to do the repair work. Just get on, yeah. So I'm getting better at this.
Yeah. Well,
whereas I would have. So there you go.
Time's gone by, you would have flipped out.
But yeah, because I keep trying to protect because it's so easy here to bump into stuff. So I'm quite sort of OCD. Well, I'm not OCD, that's over the top, but careful. Yeah. So I thought that was a good lesson. I managed to keep my cool.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, it's a miracle. So you didn't hold a grievance. You went, okay, well, it is. And when you argue with reality, you lose 100% of the time. Okay,
yeah.
Apparently in the dream, it's happened. The car's damaged. So you can go, why did that happen? How could you do that? Argue with the whole. Just go, okay, I accept it.
I made a mistake.
But in the acceptance, it's kind of interesting because I'm actually denying the reality of it.
Yeah.
In accepting it, I'm saying, okay, well, actually, I'm accepting that I'm still okay. There's peace, and so I'm not letting this thing affect me.
Yeah.
So what are you doing then? You're actually denying the reality of it. It doesn't have the power to affect your mental and emotional state. That's what acceptance means.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm accepting a deeper reality in the moment by letting go of the misperception of this situation. I'm accepting the deeper reality, and that's what they mean by acceptance in spiritual terms. You don't accept the reality of what's happened. You actually accept the deeper truth that underlies it, that everything's still okay, and that beyond this drama, there's still peace in your mind. And then from that peaceful place, okay, well, the car's not just going to fix itself, so I need to do something. I'll make a call, I'll book it in, I'll get the work done, call insurance, and so on and so on. And I'll do what I need to do, but in a calm, peaceful state without grievances.
Yeah.
If you held a grievance, you're like, I can't believe he's making me do this. This idiot. Like, why did he do this? No. Whole story. And then you resist the whole experience. For hours, you're in a state of resistance.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, when he was reversing, I had a deja vu. I just sort of knew he was going to do that. Isn't that strange? I just, yeah. And normally I'll often say to him, oh, watch that car, I'm quite, and he'll go, shut up, Elaine. And this time I let him just do it.
Let him do it.
So there you go.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a lesson you needed to have. It's like, okay, well,
let it go.
Let's test myself. It's a test.
Just got to laugh, really, haven't you? Like, yeah, but yeah. So I was tested.
Yeah, and then you overcame it. You applied the teachings, and so there's a lesson there, and then it's all it has a meaning. People say, well, why do these stuff keep happening to me? Because it's a test to test you and see if you can apply this.
It's just another thing to go on my things to do list, isn't it? Really, it's always never ending. Yeah.
But spiritually, it's a test for you, and you're like, okay, well, this is what life's about. It's testing you.
Yes.
And so you've seen, okay, well, I've made some progress then.
Oh, yes.
This work has worked because I didn't react as I might have without this mind training. I managed to maintain my peace and not get sucked in. And okay, so then, you know, that's the meaning of it. It was a test to help you awaken. Same way as a computer game. I mean, we're just in a virtual reality game. See these games and they have these various tests and trials. Otherwise, there's no game, is there? So they have to go through, you know, whatever the trial is to get to the next level. It's the same thing that we're doing.
Yeah.
It's a virtual reality game to get to the next level, which will show us a different version of the dream. And you go levels and levels and levels until there's no more levels, and then you're out of it. You know, then you escape from the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's just saying, you know, everyone I meet today, allow the role of awakener. Did you read this? Maybe just
not number 3 yet. To everyone I meet today, and allow the role of awakener to be given to everyone I think of or remember from the past, so that I may share it with him. Share it with them. And so I pray for both of us and everyone with limited awareness as well.
Let corrections replace all my grievances. So the nice thing about the translation, let miracles replace all grievances. You might go, what does that actually mean? It means that I'm correcting. It means the correction just replaces my grievances. I'm letting go of that thought and emotion. That's the miracle. Okay, so should we do a meditation on this? I invite you just to choose a person who is vexatious to your mind, the most vexatious person at the moment in your current illusory reality, and work with that, and really, you know, set the intention that you want to free yourself and free them through this process. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable. Okay, if you want to do that, you don't fall asleep. So make yourself comfortable and getting into a meditation posture. So if you're sitting on a chair, feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. You could also sit up, bed, feet out, cross-legged. You're sitting up, keep your back straight. Christine's lying down, that's also okay. Just try and make sure you in a position where you won't fall asleep. So if she's on the floor, that's probably good because it's a bit more uncomfortable. So nice comfortable bed, very easy just to drop off. So making sure you're comfortable, and close your eyes and start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. And you clench your sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine. Into your heart center. And then drawing it all the way up into the crown of your head. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. So just scan your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions going on. And be aware of any grievances. So any kind of grievance, so that's any resentment, any anger, frustration, irritation at all, you're just going to bring it to mind, breathe into it. Nice deep breath in, so you're allowing spacious awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love to come in to your awareness, and to let it go. So you exhale, blow it all out with the breeze of your breath. Imagine it's a dark cloud or dark smoke dissipating, leaving your body, your mind, your energy system, all the stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you just rest. And rest in God. Rest in this deeper peace. And just get into a nice, deep, slow, rhythmical pattern of breathing. So in and out through your nose. Observing the breath flowing into your nostrils and out of your nostrils. And sinking inwards, deeper into your mind. Place of calm and quiet and stillness. And in this stillness, calm and quiet, so you're going to choose someone if you use this target for your grievances. And you're going to perceive them truly. Let go of your grievances, perceive them truly, and in the process, perceive yourself truly. There's someone you have a grievance towards currently, it might be major or minor. Choose the person who is the most vexatious to you at the moment in your life. Someone perhaps you fear, even hate. Someone you think you love, might be your special partner or a daughter or son who angered you, someone you call a friend. But whom you perceive as difficult at times or hard to please, demanding, irritating, or untrue to the ideal they should accept as theirs according to the role that you give them. That person will do. So just bring to mind the grievances. Just breathing in and out through your nose as you do this, and hold the person in your mind. First, as you now consider them. So review their faults, flaws, their difficulties you've had with them, the challenges they've caused you, the pain they seem to cause you, physical, mental, emotional, their neglect, their abuse, and all the little and larger ways they seemed to have hurt you. Just breathe. Remember, this is just an exercise. So no, this is true. You're just becoming aware of what's lurking in your deeper mind to help you to free your mind from it. Just breathing in and out through your nose to keep you aware through this process. And allow yourself to go out of this awareness, this deeper awareness. Allow yourself just briefly to feel whatever you felt. Feel the grievance, feel the anger, the resentment, the pain of it. Relive it. It might help you to regard their body with its flaws and its better points as well. So you see them as they are in the physical. Think of their mistakes, even of their sins. You might find yourself with a tendency to condemn them, to judge them for their sins. These are just mistakes that you make real, permanent, and punishable. Mistakes made real, permanent, and punishable in perception. That's what the definition of a sin is. So now ask, breathe in, nice deep breath in, and ask of the remembrance of perfect love, the Holy Spirit, which knows this person as the extension of perfect love they are in their reality and truth, to perceive them a different way, and perceive your awakener shining in true awareness that comes from truly letting go, which is given to me. So breathe in, imagine you just breathing in light, beautiful golden or white light, a sense of lightness in your being, the lightness coming in, permeating every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. Perceive that light there, shining away the darkness. So whatever those thoughts, those emotions are, feel them. Feel the darkness of them, the heaviness, the contraction. Feel how that block in your mind is there. It's really a block to the awareness of love's presence. So it's going to blow all of these blocks away. And breathe into them. You breathe this light, physical light, golden or white light, or just a feeling of light. And you remind yourself that it's a choice to hold on to that block. There's a resistance in you. There's some anger, frustration, just a feeling. It's a thought, a feeling in your own mind that can be transcended, that you can let go of. So say, I choose now to let corrections replace all my grievances. Choose to let this go. Going on. Blow it all out. So now, say to yourself, what's the remembrance of perfect love in the pure identity of perfect love and its extension? It's perfectly aware as itself. Breathe in on this. Let me perceive my awakener in this person. My source has appointed as the one for me to ask, to lead me to the pure formless awareness of perfect love in which they stand, so that I may join with them. Breathe it in to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is infused. Fused with the light of awakening, the pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's all light is. It's just a deeper awareness, true awareness, pure formless awareness. These are just pointers to that light. So keep your eyes closed. So you think now of the person who grieved you. Let your mind be shown the pure formless awareness of perfect love in them, beyond my grievances, beyond your grievances. So help those grievances on their way with the breath. The breath is a great letting go mechanism, so you release As you think of the person who grieved you, let your mind be shown the pure formless awareness of perfect love in them beyond your grievances. Allow your feelings to be changed. Maybe it just starts with a clarity, a cleanness, an openness. From that, love and peace and joy can arise. Allow those thoughts and emotions to expand, wash over you. And breathing in can help. It just says what you've asked for cannot be denied because it's the truth. You awaken out this person you've held a grievance against has been waiting a long time for this. So don't delay any further, just really let it go. Determine that you don't want to go back into the grievance ever again. It's a very limited, contracted thought system. Grievances. So just thinking inwards. Feel the freedom arising. It's pure formless awareness, perfect love, just spacious awareness, freedom, light. Visualize light, that's helpful. Otherwise, just a feeling of lightness coming over you. Sense of peace, which you'll never experience. Surrender into this thing called the unbearable lightness of being. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just be quiet. Into this free, unlimited state. Unconditional love is unlimited. There are no dualistic thoughts. So I let miracles, I let corrections replace all my grievances right here and now. So it is. So it is said and so it is done. Say amen to that, so be it, so it is. That's what amen means. Sinking inwards into the light of your true awareness, going deeper and deeper with each breath, into pure formless awareness of perfect love beyond all grievances. There's nothing there to block the extension of your mind. It's just free, floating, formless awareness. So just revel in it, bask in it, lose yourself in it, surrender to it completely. There's nowhere else to go. And there's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still for a couple of minutes of deep silence, and just immerse yourself into the deep stillness. For the next couple of minutes of deep silence. And many thoughts arise, grievance thoughts. Observe them. Breathe into them, nice deep inhale breath. Breathe in the light of your true awareness. Remind yourself these are not true, these are illusions. These thoughts tempt you into the darkness, obscure your inner light, your true awareness. You don't want them anymore. So say, I let miracles or corrections replace all my grievances. Right here and now. Exhale, blow them all away with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness they really are. Going, going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. Let that all go. No grievances. And just allow yourself to just float freely in the pure formless awareness of perfect love that lies beyond all grievances. Just revel in the freedom that this gives you. You are free right now of all grievances. This is a taste of heaven, of the state, pure formless awareness of perfect love that is beyond all grievances, all desires and expectations and grievances have faded away and been undone, and you simply are what you are. I am that I am, and there is no other. So surrender into that I am presence. This is your essence identity there. Perfect pure soul that you are. Give yourself permission to experience that fully, wholly, and completely for another minute or so of deep silence. So just gently coming back. Awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. And the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in, drawing the energy up the spine to your heart center. Put one hand on your heart to connect to your heart space. Pull the energy up into the crown of your head, just pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile. And just scan your mind one more time. Notice any grievance type thoughts, minor irritation. Check this person again that you thought of. Any grievance thoughts, any block to the awareness of perfect love. Still there. Once again, let it go. Just say, I choose to let miracles or corrections replace all my grievances. And I exhale and I just blow them away. The breeze of my breath, just letting them all go. To the nothingness they already are, they're going, gone. Pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. And just rest. A few moments in the deep peace and stillness that come beyond your grievances. Inhale that. It's freedom, it's peace, it's love, it's joy. Why would you resist this? Why would you fear a grievance-free state? It's clearly freedom, not death, as the ego would tell you. The ego tells you that being grievance-free is somehow painful. Wants you to avoid it, but actually the opposite is true. It's perfect freedom, peace, joy, bliss, all there for you. So notice that, anchor that state into your awareness. Count to 2. So you notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair or the floor. Breathing in again, notice the smell in your nose as you breathe in. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. Notice that. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, surrendered state of mind. So you just accept the deeper awareness, the pure formless awareness of perfect love that hopefully you access quite deeply in the last half an hour. So the meditation is still there. So notice it, anchor it in, acknowledge its presence. So it starts to become more and more your default state. And if you're leaving us now, you practice well. Yeshua recommends practicing frequently with today's idea to reconnect with this deeper awareness. So just use the short breath breaks that I've sent you. There's a 4-minute one and a 2-minute one, and some instructions, written instructions in your Telegram and email as well that you can follow just to practice in under a minute. And that will keep you topped up and just keep reconnecting with this deeper awareness beyond grievances, which is what the short practice periods are about, to top you up. And then one more time this evening before bed, listen to the longer meditation I've sent you. One this morning, you could listen to this one, it'll be on the group, or there's an evening meditation, 22-minute evening meditation that I'll send out this evening for you on the group. So any one of those to keep you in a grievance-free and peaceful, happy state. So it is said, so it is done. And now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So yeah, just take a minute to look around, noticing what's going on around you. In the room for a minute, let your eyes randomly scan the room, noticing the objects in the room. but with no judgment. Just this deeper awareness is there. It's very peaceful, it's very calming. Move on, look at something else. And something else again, and notice it's the same awareness always. This grievance-free awareness, which is always there, and if you allow it, will bring you a very happy, peaceful experience of life, a happy dream, as Yeshua calls it. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and first part of the session. So I'd like to stay. We're going to do some text reading now. There's 4 paragraphs. It's not a big one, but still, it'll probably take us a couple of hours, maybe a bit less. So who's up for the text?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, John, you going to stay?
Yeah, I'll stay for about another 30 minutes, Jono.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So where are we? Just need to get the text up.
Hi, John.
Hey, Kim, how are you?
Good, and you?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's find this one. Okay. So this is a new chapter 11 we're embarking on, which is called God or the Ego.
Before we go to that, John,
Yes.
I just had one sentence from the other day that I'm still struggling with.
Yeah. Okay.
It was the end of sickness, section 4. In the first paragraph, it says, all religion is a recognition that the irreconcilable cannot be reconciled.
Right.
And before that, it says, all magic is an attempt at reconciling the irreconcilable.
And
And
let's just go there. So
I just wondered if we could have just a minute.
yeah, we can. So let's just find it.
And it also says sickness and perfection are irreconcilable, which makes sense. But this thing about religion, I was just kind of wondering about.
Yeah. Okay, so that's got all the no, hang on.
End of sickness.
The end of sickness.
Yeah.
Here we go. End of sickness. So this paragraph 1, you said.
Yeah, number 2, actually, in particular.
All religion is the recognition the irreconcilable cannot be reconciled. Yeah. So magic would be, a thought system that makes the world real. Scientific materialism says we must try and reconcile the irreconcilable. We're going to try and use our minds to make our lives better here. We're going to develop technology that makes human existence better, more comfortable, seemingly alleviating suffering, but it's really all about the world's real, and we're going to try and make the best of a bad deal. Religion is the recognition that this isn't really possible. You can't really reconcile. Religion is in its highest form. You can't reconcile God and man. You can't reconcile the kingdom of heaven, as Yeshua put it, or state of pure formless awareness in alternative language, with the world of form and duality.
So it's the highest form of religion, not just any other. Yeah.
But remember, all religion started with a deep insight of its founder.
Yeah.
Who generally had a deep mystical insight into the true nature of reality. and then that got often lost in translation along the way.
Yeah.
But it's at its highest, take the religion Yeshua founded, Christianity. At its highest, Christianity talks about the kingdom of heaven that's beyond this world, and that you can't really reconcile. The kingdom of heaven and this world can't be reconciled. Magic tries to reconcile them. Many people have said, well, our job is to bring heaven to earth and to make the earth into a heavenly domain, and they've failed. It's never happened, because sickness and death and suffering are still very much a part of experience here, of human experience. Animals, sentient beings that come to earth experience pain and suffering and death all the time. So, true religion will just remind us of that and say, well, you can't reconcile this domain of pain, suffering, sickness, and death with heaven, which is beyond all that, where none of these things exist.
No, that's great, John. I've got it.
And remember, religare, the root word religare means to bind. It means to bind together, actually. So the same idea as yoga, it's yoking the mind. You bind yourself to the truth, which means that you must deny the illusions. So in its highest form, religion will take you back to God. That's what it's designed to do, and take you out of this world, rather than indulging in magic.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
All right. So let's have a go at. Actually, I'll just send that as a separate clip, so it can be a little vignette for people. It's 5 minutes. So let's go into chapter 11, introduction, which is God or the ego. So let's have a look at number 1. John, do you want to read that for us?
Yeah. Either God or the ego is insane. Either perfect love or the belief in separation is insane. Yep, okay. If you will examine the evidence on both sides fairly, you will realize this must be true. That stays the same. Neither God nor the ego proposes a partial thought system. Neither perfect love nor the belief in separation proposes a partial thought system. Each is internally consistent, but they are diametrically opposed in all respects, so that partial allegiance is impossible. Each is internally consistent. Okay, so we got that one, it's the same. Remember too.
Important point. I mean, it's just pause there. He's saying, the ego has its own logic. And so if you accept the idea of separation as true, then its logic is flawless. If separation is true, then the ego system holds. And all of this, go back to our little diagram, must then be true. We look at this diagram, descent into hell. All of this then would seem to be true. If, and this is the fundamental premise of the thought system, if the idea of separation is true, then all of this holds. Then the individual self is real, guilt and sin are justified, there's fear, there's anger, there's attack. The universe has a purpose, because you now need to hide away from God and project your guilt onto someone else, to blame them in this hiding place we call the physical universe. And it makes complete sense to have all these life forms, because separation is the reality. So separate forms of life must seem to exist. And so the whole thought system now seems, it seems to be logically consistent, except that there's all this dysfunction and all this pain and suffering, which would seem to be then required. That are inevitable consequences of separation. So if you accept the fundamental premise that separation is true, then its thought system, the ego's thought system, makes sense. He's asking us to question that and ultimately deny it and say that it's not true. And so you can't have partial allegiance. You can't say, oh, well, I kind of believe in separation and I accept some aspects of it, but I deny other aspects. I can't pick and choose, in other words. I can't say, well, I like the good parts, the stuff the ego offers me that seems to be good, but I don't like the sickness and the pain and the suffering and the death, so I'll deny that. You deny it entirely or not at all. You can't partially accept it. And the same for the truth, because oneness, things are either perfect oneness is true, then perfect oneness is all there is. And if the separation is true, then all there is a fragmented reality of seemingly separate minds. So those can't. How can you reconcile perfect oneness with separation? They clearly don't reconcile. This is the problem. They don't reconcile. The partial allegiance is impossible. It's one or the other.
Okay, good. Remember too that, yeah, that makes sense. Remember too that their results are as different as their foundations, and their fundamental irreconcilable natures cannot be reconciled by vacillations between them. Yep, that makes sense.
Okay.
Nothing alive is without a source, for life is beingness.
Make it being. So this would be nothing alive is fatherless, for life is creation, is the original. Life is being. And so your fundamental being is life, what you are. And therefore your decision is always an answer
to the question, what is my source? Therefore, your decision is always an answer to the question, what is my source?
Who is my father? Would be the original. So father is source. What is my source?
Wow, yeah, okay. And you will be faithful to the source you choose.
Okay, and be faithful to the source you choose. So the choice, you want to just summarize that for us, John.
So what it's saying here is that either pure formless awareness is truth or ego is truth. And it's impossible to be in both camps. We can't, it's impossible also to vacillate between the two. Although actually we kind of do that all the time. But it's impossible to make, I guess what he's saying there is it's impossible to make real progress if we're constantly vacillating between the two.
Yeah, our mind is split and we've got these alternative thought systems going on that can't be reconciled. How do you reconcile I'm one with everyone, and therefore love and peace and joy are justified, and I'm separate and alone, and fear and anger and hatred and attack are justified? It should be self-evident that they're not reconcilable, but there's many thought systems that have tried for many thousands of years to reconcile them, somehow make them part of one whole. So the yin yang idea of the East, Taoism, you got the yin and the yang, the dark and the light, and it's all part of a whole, but they are opposites that they can't reconcile. So Yeshua is just saying, well, don't try and go there. Don't try and reconcile what can't be reconciled. Just accept that they can't be reconciled and make a choice. Make a choice for one, the true one, and let go of the other. And he does this over and over. And of course, he might say, well, you're repeating yourself again, but he's doing that because he knows just how tempting it is to try and reconcile it. And there's many ways we try and do that. And we have to accept that they are irreconcilable in order to be sane. You must make a choice, and that means ultimately you're choosing against this world. You're choosing to leave it all behind and go into pure formless awareness of perfect love and not be human. That's the extent of the choice. That's what it means. Otherwise, you're going to try and somehow make the human condition work by bringing in. You say, well, I can bring in the divine, and my job here is to make heaven on earth and all of that, but you still have this fundamental contradiction going on until you're ready to choose. So again, he's just making the point to bring us to the point of decision, to say, yeah, well, will you choose? Are you ready to finally choose against the ego and for the spirit and make that a final conclusive choice? And then, you don't leave the illusion straight away, but then you keep choosing. That becomes your default thought system. Just keep choosing the one over the other. And then your decision is always an answer to the question, what is my source? So your choice then affirms your true source or the false one of the ego, depending on which decision you choose. And you'll be faithful to the source you choose. We can't honor two guys. I mean, I've used this analogy before. Think of a situation at a crossroads. Come to a crossroads, and the road goes in opposite directions. So you've got to make a choice. And you've got two guides, and the one saying, well, follow me, this is your right way to get to your desired destination. And the other guide says, no, he's completely wrong. Don't listen to him. Go the other way. Well, you can't listen to both guides. You've got to choose your guide, depending on which direction you want to go. Otherwise, you would just be, vacillating between them. Take a few steps the one way, then the other guide pulls you the other way, and you go the other way. And then the other guide says, no, come this way. And that's the state of a lot of people. Like, oh, I'm just continuously vacillating. I'm not really making much progress. Whereas you get on a spiritual path and you choose one direction, then you start heading down the track and you start making progress. You might have some challenges on the journey, but that's part of your hero's journey then. But at least you're moving forward. You're not just going around in circles at the crossroads trying to decide. So that's what choosing a spiritual path like this entails. Like, okay, I'm choosing a singular direction, one decision, I'm going in this direction, I'm committed to it, I'm choosing one guide, the Holy Spirit, one thought system, the Holy Spirit, and off I go. And I'm trusting that that's the correct choice. Doesn't mean everything's going to be roses and I'm always going to have a challenge-free life. In fact, it can challenge you deeply. But ultimately, there's an understanding that this is the only way. That choosing the alternative isn't really anything, because the alternative goes nowhere. It's a road to nowhere. When I was in McGregor a couple of years ago, they actually had a road that led out of the town, and it went nowhere. It stopped in the mountains. So it looked promising, and then you would get to a point where it just ended on sort of a sheer cliff face or something, and then you'd have to turn around and go back. So that's the ego's road, the road to nowhere. Maybe look promising, but at some point you'll have to turn around, retrace your steps, and go back and choose the Holy Spirit instead. Okay, so any ideas, comments, thoughts, questions on paragraph 1?
No, I think that's good.
Okay, so let's personalize it.
So, either perfect love or the belief in separation is insane. If I examine the evidence on both sides fairly, I will realize this must be true. Neither perfect love nor the belief in separation proposes a partial thought system. Each is internally consistent, but they are diametrically opposed in all respects, so that my partial allegiance is impossible. I remember too that their results are as different as their foundations.
The results are as different as their foundations. Fundamentally irreconcilable nations cannot be reconciled. So maybe we just say results as different as their foundations, and I cannot reconcile fundamentally irreconcilable by vacillations between them.
Yeah.
Or by vacillating, maybe that should be vacillating between them.
Nothing alive is without a source, for life is being. Therefore, my decision is always an answer to the question, what is my source? And I will be faithful to the source I choose.
Okay, I'm going to read that from the top.
Either perfect love or the belief in separation is insane. If I examine the evidence on both sides fairly, I will realize this must be true. Neither perfect love nor the belief in separation proposes a partial thought system. Each is internally consistent, but they are diametrically opposed in all respects, so that my partial allegiance is impossible. Their results are as different as their foundations, and I cannot reconcile their fundamentally irreconcilable natures by vacillating between them. Nothing alive is without a source, for life is being. Therefore, my decision is always an answer to the question, what is my source? And I will be faithful to the source I choose.
Okay, so shall we read that in slow form? Let me just ask Christine, could we have some quiet for 2 minutes? Is that possible? I don't mind that. That's okay, because I can cut that noise out. But the scraping, banging. Do you want to join us for 2 minutes and just do the med? Just going to do a meditation on the paragraph. Okay, so yeah, everyone on the call is just breathing in and breathing out. Your nose, just allow these. No, Christine, that's not going to work. The scraping, it's not going to work. It's going to pick it up on the recording, which means that I can't use the recording. But it'll just be a 2 or 3 minutes. So just breathing in, breathing out, allowing the words to drop in to that space you've created in your mind, and repeat the words after John in the gaps that he leaves.
Either perfect love or the belief in separation is insane. If I examine the evidence on both sides fairly, I will realize this must be true. Neither perfect love nor the belief in separation opposes a partial thought system. Each is internally consistent, but they are diametrically opposed in all respects, so that my partial allegiance is impossible. The results are as different as their foundations, and I cannot reconcile their fundamentally irreconcilable natures by vacillating between them. Nothing alive is without a source. For life is being. Therefore, my decision is always an answer to the question, what is my source? And I will be faithful to the source I choose.
Yeah. Right, so number 2. Okay, Malik, you said you need to go. So do you want to do one more paragraph?
Yeah. Okay.
Do number 2 for us.
Yet, what would you say to someone who believed this question really involves conflict? Yet, what would you say to someone who believed this question really involves conflict? If you made the ego, how can the ego have made you? If you made the belief in separation, how can the belief in separation have made you? The authority problem is still the only source of conflict, because the ego was made out of the wish of God's Son to father him. The authority problem is still the only source of conflict, because the belief in separation was made out of the wish of love's extension to create its own source.
Yeah, so understand that. It's quite a deep idea.
I don't understand that one.
I'm just reading that third sentence again. The authority problem is still the only source of conflict, because the belief in separation was made out of the wish of perfect love's extension to create its own source. Well, this I think what I'm saying is that there was this wish to separate, meaning, so the perfect love's extension is the Son who wanted to create its own source, meaning the ego, or the separation itself, based on the belief in separation. So this
idea that we're actually the extension of the source, and then the extension says, oh no, I've got a better idea. I want to be the the source. The I now being some kind of separate self. I want to create my own source. I want to be self-created. I don't want to acknowledge that I have the source that is the source of my being and my life. I want to create my own source, create your own father. The wish of God's Son to father him. So we now want to be our own source, self-created, autonomous from our real source. And this is the cause of the problem, the authority problem. We now have this fundamental split in our mind between the author. Authority comes from the root word author. Who is our author? Is it source, God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, or is it our own mind, the ego mind that believes in separation, that's made us up, that's now invented a separate identity for us and a body to house us and a world which we seem to live. So the whole thing, the illusion is just an authority problem. It's a result of a fundamental authority problem in our mind.
It's interesting he uses the words out of the wish of God's Son to father him.
Yeah.
So it's our wish, the ego's wish to father, to be the source of God, of the formless awareness.
Well, to be the source, to be our source.
Yeah.
Ego then tells you, there is no ultimate source. You've made up yourself, and now I'm your source, and now I'm self-created. Now I'm the big cheese who's in charge. You can do whatever you want because you're not reliant on your source anymore, and you have free will. You can do what you want. But obviously that comes with huge problems. But so this is a direct, the idea of usurping. It's a replacement. Ego said, I'm going to replace the true source in your mind with this false idea, and now that false idea becomes your source. And now this idea is God. This false idea is God, so it's replaced God, and you are now the big cheese. This idea is now in charge, and you have in fact replaced God, the ultimate source, with your own version of that. That now seems to have replaced it, and you seem to have now fathered God. You're the creator. So it's from that perspective, you've turned around. You said, no, I don't want your sourcehood, your source anymore. I'll do it on my own. And this is, in the Christian and other traditions, they talk about Lucifer, the rebellious angel, saying, no, I don't need God's light and guidance anymore. I'm going to do it on my own. And then there's a turning away from the light and a darkness in the mind. And now Lucifer sets himself up as the big cheese who's in charge of his own kingdom. And because Lucifer wants to be God. So it's all in these myths. This is what the ego's done. Lucifer now wants to be God, and Lucifer wants to be the father of God. Lucifer wants to be the source of ultimate creation. Of course, it can't be. It's not possible. But desires this obsessively, and out of that desire is born this whole alternate reality, which comes out of the ego's desire to be a creator in the image and likeness of God. But it's all distorted and dysfunctional, which is why nothing works here, because it's a parody, it's a distortion, it's a mockery of the true source, and that's why its reality is so dysfunctional. Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
There's nothing more than a delusional system. So number 4, Kim.
The ego then is nothing more than a delusional system in which you made your own father. The belief in separation then is nothing more than a delusional system in which you made your own source. Make no mistake about this. It sounds insane when it is stated with perfect honesty, but then the ego never looks on what it does with perfect honesty. It sounds insane when it is stated with perfect honesty, but the belief in separation never looks on what it does with perfect honesty.
It does sound so. How can you made your own source? You must have come from somewhere. It's clearly totally insane. It's not logical. So we made up ourselves. This is what the ego is telling you. You created yourself. Well, how's that possible? Because you must have had some pre-existing mind with which to create. Not so. I mean, it's logically not possible. There must have been something that pre-existed the desire to miscreate yourself, which is God, pure formless awareness of perfect love, that pre-existed all idea of separation.
So what it's trying to deny that existence of that true source.
Yeah. Saying there is no source, we're self-created. So look at the scientific materialist paradigm. They can't explain where anything came from. They say, well, the body is primary reality. So the consciousness comes from the brain. But then how do you explain where the brain came from? Where does the brain and the body come from? Where does the world come from? Oh, well, it's this big bang explosion, and then everything devolved and cooled, and okay, but why did that happen? And what pre-existed it? Well, that just came out of nothing. Yeah, so it came out of nothing. Okay, well, what's the nothing then? Maybe the nothing is something. Where did it come from? And at that point, that thought system starts failing. It's like, well, we don't have the answers. It's just like we can explain how from the moment of time zero, how this universe evolved. They got quite good at doing that, and they explained all of that, but they cannot tell you why it happened, because that's a philosophical question. It's not a scientific question. But the why is the most important thing. And they can't tell you, what happened before. At time zero, all models fail. Their models stop. There's no science has no place there. Which they admit, time zero, well, all the models collapse. There's nothing we can really say about that. So they busy themselves with trying to explain and model the illusion, because they can keep themselves very busy there. But at time zero, which is the timeless, eternal state, pure formless awareness of perfect love that this is pointing to, this whole teaching, all models stop and you can't explain anything. And so you're no longer a clever scientist. You're just like anyone else trying to, accept this immense, infinite, eternal reality that it points to. I was listening to a talk by a chap, a very learned quantum physicist, giving a talk in Cambridge, and he's talking about the state of science and where we are with quantum mechanics and cosmology and the standard model. And he says one thing in the talk, which is the most interesting. Well, at time zero, we don't know anything, basically, to paraphrase him. We don't know anything. All our models stop. We can't say anything. He said it in one sentence. He didn't pause for a breath. And he just carried on. Oh, no, but we want to get better. What do we want to do now? We want to get much better at explaining the standard model. And he just stumbled over the truth there. As Winston Churchill once famously said, men stumble over the truth from time to time, but most pick themselves up and hurry off as if nothing had ever happened. So that's exactly what he did. At time zero, just pause for a moment and contemplate the immensity of what you're saying, all the models collapse. Or maybe none of the models really matter then. Maybe instead of busying myself with trying to explain an illusion with various models better, why don't I just pause and consider the immensity of the time zero idea, which is of course what mystics have done throughout the ages. They go and they contemplate time zero, the eternal nature of infinite reality, and they go beyond time space and the illusion in doing that. And they then recognize that there must be a pre-existing source, right? The Big Bang came from somewhere. There must have been something pre-existing for that to have happened. So that's pure formless awareness of perfect love. Eternity, infinity, being, whatever you want to call it, pre-existed the condition of separation. The idea of separation was the catalyst, the trigger for the universe arising. Well, let's take another look at that, shall we? The idea of separation, the desire to be something that you're not, to have a different experience. Oh, I don't want to be one with my source anymore. I like the idea of being a separate self. That idea arose, and that idea, when believed in and taken seriously, then was the underpinning, the reason for the miscreation, shall we say, of the physical universe. We literally went out of our minds in that moment, and we still are out of our minds. And so the Course is quite unique in spiritual teachings in that it actually gives us an answer. Okay, well, what is behind then the creation of this universe? And it actually says, well, this is why it happened. And that dovetails with modern scientific understanding that there was a point of a start to the universe, time zero, when it all kicked off. But the Course gives us the metaphysical explanation for why it happened, which makes complete sense. I can't think of any better explanation than this one, that it's just an idea in the mind that's a delusion, but believed in it seems to be real, and then that creates all the effects that come down the line. The world of form is just an effect of the idea of separation, which was a delusional idea to start with, as he's pointing out. So the entire problem of the world and this world and the universe is the authority problem. The idea that you've got some other thought system that is usurping the pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that's the authority problem he's talking about. Okay.
Okay.
Number 7.
Yet that is its insane premise, which is carefully hidden in the dark cornerstone of its thought system. Yet that is its insane premise, which is carefully hidden in the limited foundation of its thought system.
Dark cornerstone is the foundation. Okay, so the foundation, when you look at a diagrammatic form, you can see it very clearly. That idea of separation is the foundation. That you can be separate from your source, that there is a will. That's the dark foundation. And that you actually want that, you desire that, you want to be your own creator. You desire that above your source. And that makes it real for you. And then the problems start. Bless you.
Thank you. And
Okay.
either the ego
and
either the ego which you made is your father, or its whole thought system will not stand. And either the belief in separation which you made is your source, or its whole thought system will not stand.
Yeah. So you have to choose, which which of these beliefs is true. If this is true, then it's your source, you're bound by its laws, and this is reality. Whole thing stands. You're a human being, you have very limited life, you're going to die. The whole thing stands on that idea of separation. So if you believe in that's your author, then you have to accept this whole disaster, really, that has unfolded from that idea. Or it won't stand. You say, no, I don't believe in separation. The whole thought system based on that fundamental premise of separation must fail. It must be let go of, undone, so that we can do it. Okay, so the whole thought system will not stand. So do you want to summarize that one, Kim? What's he saying there in summary? Just engage. 1626. Okay. So what's he saying in paragraph 2?
I think if you had to, you have to explain this. It's a bit of a paradox where the belief in separation, which didn't really happen, but in ego terms, the belief of separation happened in a way that that thought wanted to, or ego wanted to be its own source and not be and create itself, rather being an extension of what was the true and original source. So
it actually wanted to create its own source. Ego said, no, I'm not the extension of you. I want to be the source.
Yeah, it wanted to separate and be itself. Yeah, create its own source, which is delusional. And what Yeshua is saying here, this is insane, but it doesn't. I mean, the ego doesn't see it like that.
No. It can't, because if the ego sees that, then that's the end of the ego. Oh, my entire existence is delusional. In other words, I don't really exist. It's all false. It can't accept this because it's the end of it. So it finds ingenious ways to try and justify its insane thought system and tell you that it's actually sanity. But there are these holes. If you look at the scientific materialist paradigm, parts of it can make sense. But if you start looking for a source, you won't find it. And they can't explain things like, well, where did the universe come from? Okay, consciousness is a product of the brain. Okay, well then where did the brain come from? Where did the brain and the body come from? Oh, well, consciousness create. You see, you have to then start acknowledging that there must be a source in the mind, that maybe consciousness created the brain and the body, rather than they're a product of the brain. But then you have to acknowledge that there's the internal reality. Then you have to acknowledge there's a mind, which takes you away from the body. And so the ego doesn't want to do that. So it defends it and says, no, well, we won't answer that question. We'll just believe blindly, dogmatically, that consciousness is created by the brain and ignore, any arguments to the contrary and any evidence to the contrary. And that's not good science. That's just a false belief system, a dogma, as Rupert Sheldrake points out. So we see how it actually, plays out in the world. There are these belief systems that try and do this, and they're insane, but they have this sort of veneer of respectability because it's the foundation of our entire world, that belief system has made the world we know, with all the systems and social structures and laws. That's why we live in an insane world, because it's based on a false idea that can never really work. When you look at the integral model, all the systems, networks, technology, government, it's all based on a false idea that we created our own source, that we are the authors of our own reality. We don't have a fundamental source, so we can do whatever we want. Look at how human beings behave. Oh, we can do whatever we want. There's nothing higher than us. So we can do whatever we want. There's no universal law. We can treat others as we want. We can treat other sentient beings as we want, and we're not accountable to anyone. And so all kinds of dysfunctional behavior happens because of that. But if you acknowledge your source, then you have to acknowledge that you can't just do whatever you want, because there's a guiding principle. The laws of truth are there to guide you. And if you disobey those, you're not going to be punished, but you will suffer. It's called the law of karma, because you're violating the truth, you will suffer. So therefore, much smarter to just listen to those laws. But the ego's denied them. It says, no, you've made up your own source, therefore you can make up your own laws. You're not bound to listen to anyone or anything else. You're the big cheese. You're in charge. And it makes a complete mess. So look at what humanity's done to the planet. It's a mess. It's a disaster because we haven't bound our will to our source. We've sought to do it our own way, and have all these problems as a result. And then, as Einstein says, you can't solve those problems that we see in the exterior at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. You need a new level. You've got to go above. So these contour lines, you've got to go into another level of awareness. So if you were here, you've got to jump up here into a higher awareness. It's much more expensive, and then you might be able to see a solution to the problem, which is exactly what the Course is proposing. So it's saying all your answers to your problems will come from this expanded awareness, acknowledging your source. Okay, so any other questions on number 2? Comments? Shall we personalize it?
No.
Mm-hmm.
I said no questions really.
No questions. Okay. So let's personalize it. Yet what would I say to someone who believes this question really involves conflict?
If I made the belief in separation, how can the belief in separation have made me? The authority problem is still the only source of conflict, because the belief in separation was made out of the wish of perfect love's extension to create its own source.
Separation. It's made out of the wish, out of my wish.
Out of my wish of perfect love's extension.
My wish as perfect love's extension to create
my own source.
So that makes it very clear what you've done. And you'll ask yourself, well, how am I still trying to do that? I'm still not listening to the laws of perfect love. I'm still trying to do it on my own. That's just a perpetuation of this idea. And whenever we don't listen to guidance, we don't ask, we're saying, no, I'll do it myself. I'm okay. I don't need anything else because I'm self-created and self-sufficient.
My belief in separation then is nothing more than a delusional system in which I made my own source.
My belief in separation is nothing more than a delusional system in which I made my own source. Maybe we want to just add in a delusional thought system. Delusional thought system. Because the ego can't, you see, the ego can't allow you to see that because it questions its existence. If it's delusional, how can you continue to believe in it? Belief in separation made of my wish has perfect love's extension to create my own source. Mad, totally insane. Therefore, my belief in separation is nothing more than a delusional thought system in which I made
My own source.
my own source.
I make no mistake about this. Well, it sounds,
Maybe we can just take out that. Sounds insane.
it sounds insane when I state it with perfect honesty.
Yeah.
But my belief in separation never looks on what I do with perfect honesty.
Never perceives what it does. Yeah, so it's an it, belief in separation.
Okay.
Sees what it does with perfect honesty. And that is its insane premise. Carefully hidden, limited foundation of its thought system. In a belief in separation, which I made, here's my source, or its whole thought system will not stand. Its whole system, whole thought system. It's false. Keep it's false. Okay, I'll read that from the top. What would I say?
Yet what would I say to someone who believes this question really involves conflict? If I made the belief in separation, how can the belief in separation have made me? The authority problem is still the only source of conflict because my belief in separation was made out of my wish as perfect love's extension to create my own source. Therefore, my belief in separation is nothing more than a delusional thought system in which I made my own source. It sounds insane when I state it with perfect honesty, but my belief in separation never perceives what it does with perfect honesty. Yet that is its insane premise, which is carefully hidden in the limited foundation of its thought system. And either the belief in separation, which I made, is my source, or its whole thought system is false.
Okay. Happy with that? So let's read it, shall we? And find the correct one. I've got too many of these going on. That one, that one, that one, that one. That's the one. Okay. All right. So just take a nice deep breath in. Out through your nose. Allow these words just to drop in to your deeper awareness. And repeat them after Kim. The gaps she leaves between sentences and parts of sentences. So Kim, if you take it away from us. Thanks.
Yet, what would I say to someone who believed this question really involves conflict? If I made the belief in separation, how can the belief in separation have made me? The authority problem is still the only source of conflict, because my belief in separation was made out of my wish as perfect love's extension to create my own source. Therefore, my belief in separation is nothing more than a delusional thought system in which I made my own source. It sounds insane when I state it with perfect honesty, but my belief in separation never perceives what it does with perfect honesty. Yet that is its insane premise, which is carefully hidden in the limited foundation of its thought system. And either the belief in separation, which I made, is my source, or its whole thought system is false.
Okay. So moving swiftly on then to number 3.
Thanks, Jono. Thanks, everyone. Namaste.
Okay. Thanks, Kim.
Okay.
See you,
Bye, Kim. Nice to see you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
See you soon. Okay. So number 3. So Susie, do you want to do number 3 for us?
Okay. You make my projection, but God creates my extension. You make my projection, but source creates.
You make by projection, yeah.
By, what was that? Oh, by, sorry.
By projection, yeah.
I thought you were saying bye to me then. You make by projection, but source creates by extension.
We'll change that to
the cornerstone of God's creation is you, for his thought system is light. The cornerstone of perfect love's extension is you, for its thought system is pure formless awareness.
Make it foundation of.
The foundation of perfect love's extension is you, for its thought system is pure formless awareness.
Is light. So light is pure formless awareness.
Mm.
And it's a thought system based on that awareness.
Mm.
In that awareness, it's just pure awareness. But in our world, it leads to a seeming thought system that has a logic and has rules and laws, which is a contradiction, total opposite of the ego. Maybe we should say thought system comes from.
Yeah.
Or is derived from, comes from, is derived from, comes from. Comes from pure formless awareness. So in pure formless awareness of perfect love, there isn't really a thought system. It's just pure awareness.
Mm.
It's beyond any system of thought. But in our world, pure formless awareness translates into a thought system that has laws, that has a fundamental premise, that has logic, which makes sense, which is the only thing that does really make sense in this world. It's the complete alternative, the opposite to the ego's thought system. Okay, want to carry on?
Yeah, if you just push it up for me a bit, because I can't see number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Remember the rays that are there unseen. Remember the rays that are there unseen.
So you know what he's referring to.
Is that the awareness itself?
We're talking about the great rays. So he uses this a few times in the course, these great rays that are unseen, that are there unseen. So the rays, the idea is it's like the emanation from the sun.
Right.
The sun being the source, the great rays are the extension of the source. So the rays are the extension that radiates out from the source. So these would be things like love, peace, joy, happiness, that are there unseen. The more you approach, and then as you start to approach the center of the source, you kind of ride the rays back. Love, peace, joy. These are all extensions, expressions of the source that are unseen. They're intangible. When you approach the center of its thought system, the clearer your awareness becomes.
I'm going for a walk.
Okay, enjoy. With Steve.
As well.
Okay.
The more you approach the center of his thought system, the clearer the light becomes.
I'm just thinking we might change rays to extensions. Rays.
You not say it's a gift though, because that's a bit. Well, no, you could say. I just thought.
What do you think, John? We've done. Have we considered this before?
Yes,
you asked us before. Did we come up with a translation?
No, I think we decided to leave it as great rays.
Great rays was what it was. Well, we can check. I've got I've got our translations here. Where are we? Where are we? There we go. Let's see if we go to G. Great rays. And the extension of source, pure formless awareness, outward to bless its extensions. Great rays are blessings, really. Maybe that's the translation. Remember the blessings that are there unseen.
Mm.
The blessings that extend from your source, that are there unseen. How about that? Does that work?
I quite like great rays, actually. Feels
Yeah,
better.
I mean, it's symbolic, but there are going to be a whole lot of people who really don't understand what he's talking about.
Yeah.
The rays, like, okay, well, unless you've had some experience and you've read some of the other texts, he refers to it about 6 or 7 times, I think, in the text.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does he actually mean? Great rays, okay. So the idea of a translation is just to help people. They were the blessings that extend from your source. So great rays are, are symbolic, aren't they?
Mm.
But what is that symbol? What does it actually mean? Well, blessings that extend from your source, I think. Great rays. So you pick up on a great ray and you suddenly feel a wave of gratitude, or you feel inspired, or you feel deeply connected to another person or animal or something. That's you could say that's a great way, right? It's an extension from unconditional love, the source, and you are now experiencing it as its extension. You're experiencing that great ray of love, light, coming in through your mind. Remember the blessings that extend from your source.
Mm.
I think that makes it clearer, don't you? So,
it certainly makes it clearer. Yeah.
Well, that's the point. The imagery is beautiful. I mean, great rays. It's symbolic, and it's imagery, and there are certainly going to be people who don't get it. You're like, well, what does he actually mean by great rays? It's not really explained anyway.
What about great blessings, or is that gonna beg?
The blessings that extend from your source. Yeah, we could say the great.
I would have put, remember the unseen blessings that extend from your source.
Yeah, that's nice. Remember the unseen. Remember the unseen blessings that extend from your source. It's neater. So they're not obvious because they're intangible, but they are unseen. But when you go into the unseen, intangible domain, and you allow the source to come through, then you start experiencing them, and then miracles start happening, and you go, wow, how does that happen? Lynn's, you weren't there yesterday. She shared a miracle where she hadn't sold a single picture all morning. She was at a market. It was a really busy day in town. Not a picture. It was absolutely dry. No one was buying. Then she did a process. She let go of her fear, and she just kind of connected the source, and she asked for help, basically. And then she sold 6 pictures in the next hour, and then it continued. The afternoon was very fruitful. So there's an example of an expression, a manifestation of a great ray. She tapped into a great ray. She let go. She allowed the blessing of universal abundance to come into her mind. She accepted it. There was a correction, a miracle, and then that manifested in her experience. So remember the unseen blessings that extend from your source. So in that instance, she just needed to remember, tap into the unseen blessings and allow it to extend through her. and that changed her experience. So yeah, I think that's good. Unseen blessings that extend from your source. Happy with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, the more you approach.
I can't see number 4, the top bit that you want.
Yeah, sorry,
That's
where
it.
approach, yeah.
Let's see, I meant to say page down, not up. The more you approach the center of his thought system, the clearer the light becomes. The more you approach the center of its thought system, the clearer your awareness becomes. The closer you come to the foundation of the ego's thought system, the darker and more obscure becomes the way. The closer you come to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system, the more limited and more obscure becomes the way.
More limited and more obscure the way becomes, maybe that would be.
Yeah.
The way becomes.
Yeah, even the little spark in your mind is enough to lighten it. Yeah, even the little spark in your mind is enough to awaken it. Bring this light fearlessly with you and bravely hold it up to the foundation of the ego's thought system. Bring this true awareness fearlessly with you and bravely hold it up to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system.
So essentially he's talking about fearlessly and being brave. To challenge this, you know, the little willingness in your mind that says, no, I'm not a slave of this false thought system. I will not be bound by it. I will not listen to its, you know, its guidance, its judgments. And that takes courage. Bravely hold it up to the foundation and look on that and say, and you see that it's false. Your entire reality of seemingly being a separate self is false. The human condition is a false condition. A bad dream, a nightmare of separation and abandonment by a source that could not abandon you. It's not possible. An impossible dream. That never really happened, but seems to be happening. That's the awakening, to realize this.
Number 8.
Be willing to judge it with perfect honesty.
That's it. Be willing to judge it with perfect honesty. Be willing to judge it with perfect honesty. Open the dark cornerstone of terror on which it rests and bring it out into the light. Be willing to judge it and open the dark cornerstone. What did you say before for the cornerstone? Open the foundation. Yeah, open the foundation. Open the dark foundation of terror on which it rests and bring it out into true awareness. There you will see that it rested on meaninglessness and that everything of which you have been afraid was based on nothing. There you will see that it rested on meaninglessness and that everything of which you have been afraid was based on nothing.
Which I mean, afraid was based on nothing. Wow. Based on nothing. That it had no real existence.
Yeah.
A meaningless existence. So how can you be afraid of nothing? Well, obviously you can't. And then lies your liberation from fear. Okay, so what is he saying in what is he saying in summary of this? Where are we? I'm just going to find the right one. I'm just getting that one and that was. Okay, so what's he saying in summary of this?
That is your hero's journey, isn't it? Not to be afraid, to be brave, to be honest. To really look at this belief in separation and don't be afraid because there's no meaning in it.
And hold it up to the light of your true awareness.
Yeah.
Which perceives that it's false. None of it's true. None of it has any meaning. And it takes a lot of courage to go there because existentially you go, oh my God, well then what's the point? Why am I even here? Well, exactly. Why are you here? You're not here to do anything the ego suggests you do. You're not here to be a mother, father, brother, son. None of your special relationships really matter. Those don't define you. Those don't give you a true purpose. You're not here to make money, to accomplish goals, to succeed in worldly terms, to seek pleasure, to avoid pain. None of those. None of those purposes matter. That's all. The only thing that matters is awakening to the truth. That's why you're here, to wake up to this deeper truth that you've buried. So he talks about that here. Foundation of the perfect love's extension is you. Source system comes from pure formless awareness. So remember the blessings. We can remember the blessings that come from the source. These emanations. You remember love and peace and joy, and those inevitably connect you with the source. You follow those and you will find the source, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. And the more you do that, the clearer your awareness becomes. You become lighter, you become clearer, everything gets clear and light, and you start seeing things clearly with insight and wisdom. The closer you come to the foundation of the belief in separation thought system, the more limited and more obscure the way it becomes. So when we're doing the naming your game, and you're really exploring that, you see it gets pretty dark in there. You start looking at those beliefs, it gets pretty dark and confusing. You have to take the light of your true awareness with you on that kind of journey to shine the light into those dark places in your mind.
Like it says, not to be afraid to show the light by that awareness. That's all it needs, doesn't it? That awareness. For you to see.
If you bring true awareness into anything, it's no longer fearful. So all the myths and legends, read these stories. The hero has to confront the monster, the dragon, whatever it is, and in the confrontation, the fear is gone, and it's no longer the big scary monster. It's just something that can actually be faced and overcome. So you slay the dragon because you realize it was just actually its power lay in your mind. You gave it a power that it didn't have. And if you actually face it, it's not so scary. You can actually overcome it, but you have to face it, confront it. And so that's what we're doing. So we'll hold it up to the light. Let's look at the foundation of this ego's thought system and your entire world. Hold it up to the light of true awareness so you can see its falsity and not be scared of that. There's nothing to be afraid of, because what is nothing, what is false, cannot really hurt you. Whatever happens in this world, whatever happens with your body, it doesn't mean anything. It's part of an illusory construct of the mind that is all meaningless. So that's, for the ego, that's terrible. That's despair. And you might have felt while doing this course and program sometimes that, well, what's the point? Why even continue another day? It's all illusion. That can happen. When you realize it's all meaningless, there's a sense of apathy of like, well, what's the point? But if you're willing to just go beyond that, you see, well, the point now is to awaken. So everything's used for my awakening and for extending the light of true awareness in this world. And there is a great point to that. There's a mighty purpose and function to that. That's in fact the whole point of all of it. So let me fulfill my role while I'm here. That gives me a meaning and a purpose while I'm here. It comes to awaken myself and awaken others. And there's a great meaning and purpose in that. The only meaning and purpose of the world. So then you align with true meaning and purpose, and you can't fail but to be inspired.
So like you just said, was the truth. Truth is to awaken to the truth that's been buried, like you said. And it has been buried because we've covered it up with, well, it's the conditioning, everything. And I guess that is the true meaning and purpose. If you wanted to say there's a true meaning and purpose, because that's what we do, don't we? We look for meaning, we look for purpose. And the only purpose is to awaken.
Yeah. If you're lost in a maze or in a prison, and it's a dark, really not pleasant reality, your purpose becomes to escape, obviously. That becomes your, so similarly, we're lost in a dark illusion of a meaningless, non-existent world. Our purpose becomes to escape. That gives us a mighty purpose. And if we dedicate our mind and our life to that, then we have true purpose and meaning. And in that escape, there can be a happy dream. There can be, lots of really interesting experiences, connecting, sharing with other people. And these are all rich, meaningful experiences along the way, along the journey of awakening. So it brings a meaning, the only meaning and only purpose to your life that there is. And because it's true, then, you can rely on that. It's not going to disappoint you. Whereas the ego, you bind your mind to a false purpose, and it's always going to disappoint you.
Well, you mentioned the mental prison earlier, so it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is a mental prison, the matrix of our mind that we've projected out. We are keeping ourselves in the prison of our own projection. It's insane. Why would you do that? Because we've forgotten how we did this. That's why. We've gone to such great lengths to believe in separation that it's like we've thrown away the key. And okay, we'll lock ourselves up and we'll throw away the key and we won't remember. Sally's back. Here for round 2, Sally.
Oh yeah, you're still here.
We're still going. Doing the text. Yeah, we're at paragraph 3. It's only 4
having a
paragraphs.
sleepover.
Yes.
So Yeah, it's an introduction. This introduction is powerful. It's a really powerful little piece. I think, giving us access to deep insight and wisdom. Okay, so happy with that summary, number 3.
Yep.
Shall we personalize it and then meditate on it?
Okey-doke.
Okay, so 3. So you make by projection, but source extends by extension. Okay, I make by projection.
I make by projection, but my source extends by extension. Foundation of perfect love. Extension is mine.
Me.
Is me. For its thought system comes from pure formless awareness. Remember the unseen blessings that extend from my source. The more I approach the center, of its thought system, the clearer my awareness becomes. The closer I come to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system, the more limited and more obscure the way becomes. Yet even the little spark in my mind is enough to awaken it. I bring this true awareness fearlessly with me, and bravely hold it up to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system. So I will be willing to judge it with perfect. I am willing to judge it with perfect honesty.
So you see, when he talks about judgment in the right-minded sense, this is what he means.
Yeah.
Not condemnatory judgment. It's the judgment of the Holy Spirit. It simply says, none of this is true. None of this is real. Just remember that. And that's, being perfectly honest. It's not condemnatory in any sense. You just say it's unreal. You don't condemn what's unreal. You just recognize that it's unreal. Condemnation, by definition, makes it real, doesn't it? Because why would you condemn something that doesn't even exist? So this is right-minded judgment that is essential to awaken. You must judge right-mindedly with the help of the Holy Spirit. But let go of the wrong-minded judgment, which is always about making it real. See, the condemnation, the attack thoughts, the fear, the hatred, whatever it is, all makes it real, doesn't it? In your mind. And so that's why the ego loves those deep emotions, heavy emotions, because it makes the illusion real, and it makes the self that's experiencing it real. So we have to overcome those deep, dark emotions and let go of all sense of condemnation, because we recognize that it's delusional to condemn or to fear or attack or hate something that doesn't even exist. You're delusional. I'm judging something and condemning something that's not even there. Which is obviously insane, but it just seems to be there. The ego is, it's convinced us that it's there. Sorry, what did you say?
Open the limited foundation of terror on which it rests and bring it out into true awareness. I am willing to judge it with perfect honesty. I open the limited foundation of terror on which it rests and bring it out into true awareness, into my true awareness. There I will perceive that it rested on meaninglessness, and that everything of which I have been afraid was based on nothing.
Okay. All right. So let's read it from the top. Make sure you're okay.
I make my projection, but my source extends my extension.
Bye.
Oh.
Why are you reading B as M?
Don't know.
Okay. I make by projection. My source extends my extension. So this is you know, just as an aside, it's a good point, because the projection is always coming from the ego. It's the false self that projects always. He uses whenever he says I'm projecting, it's coming from a false sense of self, which is all made up. I make by projection. So we project out of our mind, but source extends by extension, which is where the great rays come in.
Right, try that again. I make by projection, but my source extends by extension. The foundation of perfect love's extension is me, but its thought system comes from pure formless awareness. I remember the unseen blessings that extend from my source. The more I approach the center of its thought system, the clearer my awareness becomes. The closer I come to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system, the more limited and more obscure the way becomes. Yet even the little spark in my mind is enough to awaken it. I bring this true awareness fearlessly with me and bravely hold it up to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system. I'm willing to judge it with perfect honesty. I open the limited foundation of terror on which it rests and bring it out into my true awareness. There I will perceive that it rested on meaninglessness, and that everything of which I've been afraid was based on nothing.
Okay. So happy with that? I think all made sense. Will you read it for us in the just find the correct one. So many going on here. That's that one. If you can read it in the personalized version, just slowly, leaving gaps to allow people to repeat it. So everyone just close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in and out. And just allow these words to drop into a deeper awareness and repeat them after Susie in the gaps that she leaves. So take it away, Susie.
I make by projection, but my source extends by extension. The foundation of perfect love's extension is me. For its thought system comes from pure formless awareness. I remember the unseen blessings that extend from my source. The more I approach the center of its thought system, the clearer my awareness becomes. The closer I come to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system, the more limited and more obscure the way becomes. Yet even the little spark in my mind is enough to awaken it. I bring this true awareness fearlessly with me and bravely hold it up to the foundation of the belief in separation's thought system. I am willing to judge it with perfect honesty. I open the limited foundation of terror on which it rests and bring it out into my true awareness. There I will perceive that it rested on meaninglessness and that everything of which I have been afraid was based on nothing.
So it is. Okay. Last one. Sally, do you want to do that one first?
Yeah. My brother, you are part of God and part of me. My companion, you are of perfect love or pure formless awareness and part of me. When you have at last looked at the ego's foundation without shrinking, you will also have looked upon ours. When you have at last looked at the belief in separation's foundation without shrinking, you will also have perceived our true foundation. One way of putting it, when you've last looked at the belief in separation's foundation without shrinking.
Also perceived our true foundation. And so when you really see the falsity of this, let's look at it diagrammatically. Go back to our most popular diagram, probably. If you can really see this idea of separation, you see that that is a foundation of the ego's thought system.
What's it mean not shrinking then? You see the thought of separation.
Well, you're not shrinking away, you're not fearful.
All
you
right.
look at it and say, yeah, okay, I'm willing to accept the truth that one tiny mad idea of separation is behind this whole reality of a universe, a world. My life is based on a false idea. And most people don't want to go anywhere near that. They get within sniffing distance of that and they run amok.
Yeah, I suppose it is a bit scary to think that, yeah.
Well, it's like, whoa, you just, that idea just undermines your entire existence. What's that idea saying? Well, you don't really exist as a separate self. The world doesn't really exist. This entire reality you think is so real and important is nothing. That you aren't what you think you are, that you're delusional in believing that you're human, that you have a separate self. And all of your ego's goals and dreams and desires and expectations and grievances are nothing. Your human life that you so value is nothing, means nothing, it's pointless, futile, ridiculous parody of creation, of true creation of what life really is. I mean, the implications are huge.
But even scarier, we're going to nothingness.
Yeah, but it's not nothing.
But ego feels like it's less nothingness than the pure formless awareness, because that feels real nothingness.
Yeah.
It's like
so the ego perceives this as death, because you're going to the void and it says, oh, that's very scary. You're going to cease to exist. So cling on to your little illusory identity, because this is existence. This is life. And I'll keep you safe from the big bad ogre of God or pure formless awareness that's gonna take away your life, your cherished separate existence. And so we defend and we protect it. But it torments us. This life we have is is fragmented and difficult and challenging and ultimately painful and suffering, and we die. So is this something we really want to defend?
Yeah, I can see ego's making it like that, isn't it? Ego makes it scary.
Yeah.
Actually, it's joyful.
Yeah, because you don't exist as a separate self, but you do exist in this awareness. It's just an unlimited, pure, formless awareness of perfect love that is beyond anything the ego can conceive of. Well, that's not anything to be scared of. That's completely joyful, happy. There's no pain, there's no suffering, there's no death. Why would you be scared of that?
Marianne Williamson poem all over again. Scared of
Our
our power.
deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. You gonna join us for the last one? Last paragraph we're on.
Checking my phone.
Mhm. So we see, you know, the resistance the ego has to this truth is enormous. Doesn't want to know, and it tells you that this is very scary. You don't want to go there. Whatever you do, stay away from that, because this idea of separation is God, and this is life. Our life in separation is our life.
Yeah, it's very clever, isn't it? The way it makes it something that's pleasurable look scary. It hides it. It says something really scary in there. You don't want to go towards your pain. No, don't go there. And then actually that's the gift, and that's where the good stuff is.
Yeah. So the heroes of this world are the people who just think differently and say, okay, I'm not going to buy that story. I'm going to go in to where other people don't want to go. You know, that's what heroes do. They go journeying where others fear to go, into the darkness of really looking at this thought system. This is what he's saying. If you will go into the idea of separation and really see it for what it is, then you can't believe it anymore. You must see that it's false, and your fear will disappear. You go, well, that's just a ridiculous, crazy idea. How can I fear that? You know, I'm fearing myself. You know, it's insane. I'm fearing my own mind. How insane is that? Why would I do that? All I've got to do is recognize that that's not true. I don't have to believe that anymore, and the delusion's over. I don't have to fear it anymore because it was never true. The difficulty we have is the effects still seem to be true sometimes. So we now have these effects of guilt and sin and fear and attack, and we're still living in, you know, so-called human form in a world where there seems to be all the stuff that can happen that is not good, that is threatening. And so now our job becomes to dismiss that from our mind so that we can stay connected to this true awareness. And that's why it's challenging, because it seems to be real. The ego's made a very good case for itself through this world and the experiences we have in this world. But Yeshua says the way out is to deny those experiences, deny the reality of them, because then you deny the thought system that sponsors them. You deny the idea that is the sponsoring belief behind all of them, you see? And that's the way you undermine the ego. No, it's not true. It's still not true. Any results that come from the idea of separation, which is false, must also be false. You know, that's the simple logic. So just deny it, and you deny it by denying the effect that it seems to have on you. So do I experience any emotion towards it? Then yes, I'm giving it an effect. I'm making it real. So the emotion is where the rubber meets the road. Because if you don't have that emotion, then it's not really real for you. So we have to deny the thoughts and the emotions that make up the reality of the dream. And then what's left must be pure formless awareness. There's nothing else beyond that, just a state of being that is pure formless awareness, that totally beyond all these made up stories and emotions. Okay, so let's go back here.
Yeah, it's making more sense every day. Well, it is
Amazing.
really.
We can look. I mean, we looked at that diagram for hours and hours and hours, but it's
Yeah, there's
clarifying.
always more. Every time we go there always seems to be more. You know, was it Michelangelo, whoever it was that did the statue and knocked off all the bits that you are not. I just had a picture of that while you had that diagram up. It's just more real. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's important to understand the metaphysics. If you understand the metaphysics, if that story is true of this diagram, then the only way out is going to be letting go of forgiveness, you see? Because then the remedy comes from the understanding of the metaphysics. If this was all a load of bollocks, then letting go wouldn't work. But you know, the fact that it does work is then evidence that this must be true. But we need the evidence to show up in our lives. Those are the miracles. We need it to confirm, yes, okay, you're on the right track here, because you're seeing in your own experience that this thought system must be true because of the results that you're getting. And that's when you start to become convinced. You go, okay, I'm really learning this truth now.
And what comes to me when you say that is the only way out is to go in. You know, all the illusion stuff is out, all the pure formless awareness is in. So the only way is.
Yeah, which again makes complete sense. You see, Yeshua's brilliant. He's saying, look, let me teach you how the ego works. Because once you understand it, then the way out of it is obvious. If you don't understand how it works, then how can you undo it? You see, so you have to really do a deep dive and really understand this ego and all the mechanisms and all the tricks. So then you can undo it, because you just do the opposite. If the ego wants you to project outwards, literally go out of your mind, which was the original, projection outwards. We literally went out of our minds into a false illusory dream world. Then take back the projection. Okay, I'm not going to project anymore. I'm going to go within instead of without. Okay, well, you see it. Just do the opposite of what it wants you to do, and then you'll awaken. So it wants you to go out of your mind, project. It wants you to project guilt. It wants you to believe in the reality of form. Well, just do the opposite. Go within, look in, the internal reality of your own mind that's beyond all of those things, and then you reverse it. So once you understand its dynamics, you can undo it quite easily. And that's what this mind training is about. Understanding how this thing works so that you can be ahead of the game. Okay, so I understand now what I need to do. But you think of most people, without this kind of mind training, they're clueless. They have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea how this thing works. That's all obscure to them. They're believing in what's false. And they're basing their decisions on this false thought system. And they wonder why it doesn't work. And they wonder why they keep getting bumped on the head, and pain, suffering, sickness, and death seem to follow them. And there doesn't seem to be any escape. Well, if you believe in a false thought system and you don't question that, then that's what's going to happen. So fortunately, we're very fortunate to have this explicit, Yeshua's spelling it all out to us. He's telling us very, very clearly exactly how this works, so that we don't have to be, ignorant and confused anymore. We can start making conscious choices, deciding, with the truth in mind always, rather than believing in the falsity. And that makes all the difference. That makes that makes all the difference to your life, the ability to do that. As he says, come to you from our Father to offer you everything again. Can we carry on, Sally?
You read it already. Number 3, I come to you from our source to offer you everything again. Number 4, do not refuse it in order to keep a dark cornerstone hidden, for its projection will not save you. Do not refuse in order to keep a limiting belief hidden, for its projection will not awaken you. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Mm.
Maybe we should make awaken free. Protection will not free you.
Yeah, that's good.
So what we do a lot is we try and make exceptions. As we go on this path, we go, okay, I don't really want to look there, a limiting belief hidden. I don't want to bring that to the light. It wants to hide. And so then we hide these things away. We don't really want to expose it and bring it into the light of our true awareness. So as long as we're hiding these beliefs away, the ego still has a foundation in our mind. I'm saying that protection, keep a dark cornerstone hidden. It's protection, quote, is not really protection. It's running a racket. It's a protection racket, which will not actually free you. It's going to keep you in bondage. In this world, you know, if you look at a protection racket, someone extorting you and saying, well, pay me money and then I'll protect you. There's nothing to do with protection. That's bondage. You know, you're actually a slave to that person if you buy into that. So be fearless, bring every limiting belief to this awareness and be willing to look at it all and say, yeah, it's all false. Because then there's no cornerstone, no part of the ego's thought system that's not being brought to the light. And then inevitably you must awaken. So it's an all or nothing deal. It's like bring it all, bring everything, every part of that false thought system to this awareness, expose it, see it for what it is, that it's false. And then you've let it go. Once you see its falsity for yourself, you know, how can you believe it anymore? Can't.
Okay, number 5. I give you the lamp and I will go with you. I will give you the guidance and I will go with you. You will not take this journey alone. You will not take this journey alone. I will lead you to your true Father who hath need of you as I have. I will lead you to your true source, which has need of you as I have. I will lead you to your true source, which has need of you. That's it? Has it got need of us? All right. I suppose we need all of us to be whole.
Yeah, the source is saying, you know, there's every mind must come back to its awareness, because that's its true awareness, that's its fundamental awareness. So it's not a need in the sense of any kind of human need. I mean, it's way beyond that. But it's this fundamental purpose, intention. You could use, I mean, it's difficult to even put words to it, impulse, fundamental purpose behind everything, that everything is one. And so the universal, you know, ultimate program of this universe is that everything is moving back to a state of at-one-ment, which is the complete counter to the ego's idea of separation. And that's the source's only intention. That everything which fragmented and went into the oblivion of separation will now be restored to the pure formless awareness of perfect love, ultimately. As Yeshua says, that process is going to take, it took millions of years, actually billions of years to get here. It might take billions more, but for you, it doesn't need to take that time, because it's just a decision in your own mind. You know, once you awaken, as we are awakening now, real time in these sessions, then why would you want to continue believing in what's false? So it's pretty momentous. You think what we're doing right now, you know, 15 billion years into this universal program of separation, these minds that are seemingly separate now in bodies are awakening to their source. And actually, you know, fulfilling their true purpose, which has always been the purpose, but has been obscured to them for who knows how many lifetimes. And we're finally waking up to, you know, that true purpose. And that's why it feels pretty amazing. Wow, okay, I feel like there's something here that is fulfilling on a level that nothing else can fulfill me in this world. And that's why we spend, hours, what are we into our 6th hour or something, 5th hour studying this stuff, because it's like, well, what else are you going to do with your time? Your only purpose here is to wake up to this truth. That's why you're here. So there's no better use of your time than to do things that facilitate that awakening. And the ego's pursuits of whatever, special relationships, money, accomplishments in the world, seeking pleasure, avoiding pain, playing ego games, none of it matters anymore. That's just ridiculous. What a waste of time. It's pointless. The only thing we're here for is awakening. So yeah, that's why we study. Then take it with you. That doesn't mean you study all day, but you take it with you into your interactions, into your life situations, relationships, and they take on a different quality. Life becomes much richer and more rewarding. So it's a paradox. Although it's not real, it becomes richer and more rewarding when the spirit infuses it, because it has that quality of now it's connected to source, now not bereft of pure formless awareness. It's infused with pure formless awareness, and so it takes on this divine quality, which is rich, fulfilling, meaningful, purposeful, the happy dream, the purposeful dream. So you don't need to run away from the dream. Okay, well, it's fine. I can dream for a little bit longer. It's not going to be very long in absolute time. It might be another 20, 30, 40 years. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. I can dream for that much longer, and it's just a happy dream. And when my time is up, and I just lay the body aside, and I gratefully go back into pure formless awareness, and the dream is over. And that's the best we can do in this world. Okay, and then he says, I give you the guidance. I give you the lamp.
What number are we on? Oh, I give you the lamp and I go with you. Yeah, I give you the lamp and I go with you. I give you the guidance and I go with you. You will not take this journey alone. I think I've done that, haven't I? You will not take this journey alone. I will lead you to your true Father who hath need of you, and as I have. I will lead you to your true source, which has need of you, as I have. Yeah, I've read that bit. Will you not answer the call of love and joy? Will you not answer the call of love and joy?
Just make which needs you. Again, I mean, the language doesn't really express it. Needs, but how do you say it? To your true source, which maybe calls you, which needs you, which.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? It calls you, yeah.
I'll lead you to your true source, which calls you, as I have.
Yeah.
Will you not answer the call of love with joy? And then you got the call coming in the second. Call of love with joy. So you've been called out of your disastrous dream, a dream of death and disaster, it calls it at some point in the text. Back to a state of mind in which everything's perfect, you can't be harmed. Well, who wouldn't be joyful at that prospect? But of course, the ego sees that as the end, and it's very fearful. Because it's the beginning of the end. When you hear the call of Yeshua to awaken from the dream, it's the beginning of the end of its deluded existence. And it's going to, fight. It's fighting for its life. That's what it's doing. It's fighting tooth and nail for its existence in your mind, because it needs a host, like any parasite. It needs a host. Without the host being your mind, it has no existence. Okay, so what is he saying here? You just want to access to deep insight and wisdom. That's the one we want. Okay, so number 4.
So we have to see the belief in separation to be able to perceive our truth, release all limiting beliefs, to be able to be free and answer the call of love and joy, to awaken.
And then, he's saying, don't keep any beliefs hidden. That's a key point. Don't make exceptions, in other words. Be willing to keep every limiting belief. Be willing to open every limiting belief up. Look into your mind and bring it into this awareness. Say, well, okay, that's part of this deluded thought system. So, don't defend, don't protect. That's why it says no private thoughts. Because private thoughts hide things. So I'm hiding it away in the depths of my mind, rather than bring it into the light of my true awareness. And it's a call to awaken. I give you the guidance and I will go with you. So he's on our hero's journey with us as our guide on this journey. And he even says the lamp. You're going to have this lamp in the darkness that's going to guide you in this dark world. You will not take this journey alone. I will lead you to your true source. Will you not answer the call of love with joy? So very inspiring. Just like he says this, I'm looking forward to the personalization. Let's personalize it.
I was just asking my energy, do I have any hidden beliefs? It says I've got hundreds. I've got hundreds of hidden beliefs that prevent me awakening. But it's good to know, because once you know, you can let them go.
Yeah, you can. And this is the mind training. It's like those beliefs, as you do these sessions, they will pop up. And then you have you say, well, a new miracle. Well, because a belief shows itself, and then you correct it, and you go, oh wow, that's another foundation of the ego gone. And in practice, it takes some time, because if you've got hundreds of beliefs, you don't necessarily expect to collapse them all at once. There's one master belief, but you have to really, as these beliefs arise, triggered usually by situations in this world, you then experience them. You go, oh, okay, so now I'm experiencing it. Before it was hidden, but now it's coming up. So that's the benefit of having a world that triggers these things. Because how would you know the belief's even there if you don't have someone or something that triggers you, that triggers the belief to arise, you see? So, that's the purpose of the illusion. It's there to trigger the beliefs, to bring them up into awareness so you can let them go. It's all perfect in its imperfection.
I am perfect.
Okay. I am
part of perfect love.
And part of I think maybe let's make that the Christ mind, the true mind, part of true mind. We could say part of Yeshua.
Or you could just say, I am perfect love.
I am part of perfect love and part of Yeshua. How about I'm essential to perfect love and the same as Yeshua. How about that?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I would have gone with I'm perfect love.
Yeah, I like that as well, Susie.
Yeah,
I like to keep it
have you got to keep true to his words, I think, but I think I'm perfect love is.
We're trying to, he's saying that this for a reason. So we're trying to sort of, this is a lucid translation. I mean, you could just go, we'll scrap the whole course and just say, I am pure formless awareness of perfect love, full stop.
Yeah.
Okay, end of. No more explanation needed.
I'm all for shortcuts.
No. But, I'm essential to perfect love and the same as Yeshua. It just has, okay, well, I'm exactly the same as him. I'm essential to this, essential to pure formless awareness. I am pure formless awareness. Or perfect love. The same as Yeshua. That's about as direct as we're going to get.
Yeah. And when I have at last looked at the belief in separation without shrinking, makes me laugh. I will also have perceived my true foundation.
We could make that, instead of shrinking, we'll make that fearing.
Yeah.
Like shrinking.
Yeah, I'd like to
Shrinking's
shrink.
quite good. It's different, isn't it?
Oh, it's funny, isn't it?
Mm.
Reminds me of a snail
Yeah.
that goes to shell when it's scared.
Yeah. It's kind of shrinking away. Oh, I'm scared, I'm shrinking. Rather than, I'm standing in my power and I'm expansive, and shrinking is not associated with someone who's courageous and brave.
I will also have perceived my true foundation rather than our. I come to you from source. My source.
From my thought.
Offer you
everything.
again.
So that's so Yeshua comes. So Yeshua comes. From my source to offer me everything again.
I do not refuse it in order to keep a limiting belief hidden, for its protection will not free me. I receive the guidance.
So Yeshua.
Yeshua gives me the guidance and will go with me, or Yeshua will go with me, or he will go with me.
He's trying to get us to trust him, isn't he? It's like, okay, he's our guy, he's a teacher, he's a guide, he's with us, and we can put our faith in him. He's building the trust and faith. And remember, this was originally given to Helen and Bill, who were highly resistant to this idea. He's saying, well, I'll go with you, trust me.
Okay. I will not take this journey alone. Yeshua will lead me to my true source, which calls me. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Calls me as I have.
That makes sense?
It will lead me to my true source, which calls me as he has.
Okay.
As he has.
I will answer the call of love with joy.
Will I not answer the call of love with joy? Okay.
Do we want to say, will I not? Can we not just say, I will, I do answer the call of love with joy?
Yeah, it's a question. He's saying, will I not answer? Will you not? So,
putting it in present tense. Don't decide to answer it.
I will answer this call of love with joy.
Yeah, that was better. Okay, shall I read it from the top?
Read it from the top.
I am pure formless awareness, perfect love, with the same as Yeshua. Oh, and the same as Yeshua. I am pure formless awareness of perfect love and the same as Yeshua. When I have at last looked at my belief in separation's foundation without fear, I will also have perceived my true foundation. Yeshua comes to me from my source to offer me everything again. I do not refuse it in order to keep a limiting belief hidden, for its protection will not free me. Yeshua gives me the guidance and he will go with me. I will not take this journey alone. Yeshua will lead me by my true source, which calls me as he has. I will answer this call of love with joy. Whoa.
Nice. Okay. So shall we do a just quick meditation on it? Okay, so there we go. Where are we? Gotta find the correct one. Oh, that's the one. Okay. All right. So you want to do the last one with us, Christine?
Okay.
Cool. So just make yourself comfortable. Take a nice deep breath in and out through the nose. Breathing in, breathing out. Just allow these words to drop in to your energy, and repeat the words after Sally to affirm their truth. So take it away, Sally.
I am pure formless awareness of perfect love, and the same as Yeshua. When I have last looked at my belief in separation's foundation without fear, I will also have perceived my true foundation. Yeshua comes to me from my source to offer me everything again. I do not refuse it in order to keep a limiting belief hidden. For its protection will not free me. Yeshua gives me the guidance, and he will go with me. I will not take this journey alone. Yeshua will lead me to my true source, which calls me as he has. And I will answer his call of love with joy. So it is.
So it is. Answer this call. Maybe just say that last one again. Said his call rather than this call.
I will answer this call of love with joy.
Nice. You feel good power off. Okay, so that was John. What is he what's he saying here in summary?
In the last paragraph.
Yeah, the whole thing, yeah.
I wasn't here for the whole thing. No idea.
Okay, well,
Over to you, Susie.
that's why someone should summarize. Yeah. What's he saying, Susie? Can you summarize it?
It's all about not
Susie,
believing in
still
the
there?
Pardon?
Yeah. Can you
Yeah.
summarize this in a minute or two?
It's all about not. It's all about being aware of this belief in separation and challenging it. Not being afraid to change it, being strong, being courageous, and bring everything that's coming up for you to the light, to the awareness, to be seen by truth. Because none of it means anything, because it's false.
Oh. And don't let any belief go unchallenged. Saying don't make exceptions. Bring it all up to the light of true awareness, and then you'll realize that it's false, and you'll cease to be scared of it. How can you be scared of what's deluded and false? And the ego's projections just won't frighten you anymore, because you recognize that they're all based on a false foundation, and that can be undone. It cannot withstand the light of truth. And then he's giving us a rallying call, saying, well, follow me. Essentially, follow me. I'll show you the way back through this course, back to God, to your home, to a resting place where everything is perfect. When the journey's end, the journey comes to an end. You rest in pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that's his goal, is to take us out of the crazy dream of separation back to our true home, which lies in our own mind. Okay, so any other questions, comments, thoughts on this? No? Okay, well, I think that might be the end of the session then. Finally. So thank you to everyone who joined. Steen, Susie, Sally, who else? John, Kim, Elaine, here as well, in various phases. It's like shifts. Oh, John's taking the middle shift. John comes in when we do the text, and you came back, Sally. So, yeah, it's a really good session, I thought. Deep dive. So we'll continue on tomorrow. I think we'll do an afternoon session. I'm actually flying back to Johannesburg, but I should be back by lunchtime. So we could do a 1:30, 12:30 session your time tomorrow. And I'll probably have to stop. Yeah, I mean, I've probably got till about, so I've got 4 hours, because I should really have dinner with my parents on the first night. And I'm arriving back after a year, so I'll probably have to stop at about 5:30. But still, it's 5 hours. We should be able to get a lot done. So I will see you then, I hope.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Sally, if you Sally's gone. Okay. All right. So cheers, Susie. And